live tonight. ARCS Jingle Jam is finally here. Absolutely can't wait. Terry Gabbard here, getting set to call this race in a little under an hour. I'm super excited. We're going to do a little bit of pre-race coverage. Got Thomas Andrews in the booth with me tonight. He's ready to go. Ryan Pinnell is with us for this pre-race show that we're going to bring to you. Ryan Pinnell, how you doing tonight, buddy?
I'm good, man. How are y'all?
I'm absolutely pumped up. Unfortunately, I'm in my rig right now, so I'm sitting down, but I got all this energy, and so hopefully it comes out in the right places, and I'm not trying to jump clean out this thing. So you're getting ready to race tonight. That's got to be really exciting, but a little terrifying at the same time.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I think we have 36 drivers loaded into the session right now. So as of this point, nobody will go home, which is a good thing. But we still got another 23 minutes left to practice, so still a lot of time for drivers to join in late. So we'll see how many drivers we get. But yeah, I'm scared out of my mind right now. Just gonna try and take it easy, kind of ride in the back, and hope to make the main. We'll see how that works for me.
Kyle Benson right now, fastest in practice with a 30.781. These guys are definitely using the draft to their ability, and that's going to be quite interesting. And so we're going to talk about that a lot tonight. But for right now, I wanted to talk to you a little bit, Ryan. You know, when you talk about all the different things that ARCS does, we can credit you with a lot of great ideas. This was another great idea straight from the mind of El Presidente, and this kind of started way back in June. Kind of just talk about it, how you came up with it, and what kind of ride this has been.
Yeah, it's been really fun. You know, back in early June, I knew that I wanted to do a Christmas race. I wanted to do a charity race for Toys for Tots. It's just a really cool organization. Obviously, you know, no kid should go Christmas time without toys, even if it's just one small toy or just something to make their Christmas better. So yeah, when I say that we've been planning this thing for 6 months, we're not lying. I mean, it's been I started the Discord in June and never turned back, never looked back. And it should be a really good event for a great cause. So obviously, we're going to try and have some fun, but at the same time, we're going to try and compete and see what we can do to get the 12 car up front. But at the end of the day, it's all about raising money for Toys for Tots. At this moment, I know that y'all are going to be pushing the race day fund for anybody that's watching. But at this moment, we've already raised roughly about $600 for Toys for Tots, which is just amazing. I mean, we're not I wouldn't consider us a large league, but we're definitely not small either. So it's really cool to see all these guys come together and race for a great cause and raise some money.
Absolutely, Ryan. I remember, and we've talked about this on the Inside Arcs podcast a little bit this past week. Uh, uh, when you texted me and said, "Hey, I want to put on this race," I was sweating at work. You know what I mean? The sun's beating down, and you're talking about a winter race, and I'm like, that's 6 or 7 months from now. But you kind of already had it in your head. You know, we're gonna do this for Toys for Tots. We're gonna raise some money, uh, and it was just kind of brilliant how it all come together. And honestly, thank God that you decided to start working on this way back then. This has been a ton of work and a ton of effort from a ton of different people that's made this thing come together.
Yeah, it really has been. I mean, obviously you and Tommy helping out, calling the race tonight. We got Warp Lotus is going to help us kind of get some information on the drivers throughout the race, and then our admin chat is just slap ass full of drivers that are helping, kind of patrol the track and make sure that nobody's, out there driving completely crazy. So yeah, there's a lot of people involved, a lot of drivers involved, a lot of, hopefully a lot of fans will tune in. We know, that we had over 100 people in the Discord, and some people unfortunately weren't able to race but still donated. So it's really cool to just see all of it coming together. And we're only 20 minutes from qualifying firing off and seeing what these things can do out there.
Ryan, I was able this afternoon to get some one-on-one interviews with a whole bunch of drivers, and so I got a lot of information about how those guys will think. But I want to give the fans a little precursor to some of the things I got on these guys. But you haven't got to do that, so I'm gonna go ahead and ask you a couple quick questions, and you're gonna answer them as quick as you can, and we'll get through this. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. What do you think your chances are to make the race tonight?
Judging from right now, I think it's pretty good. We don't have a full 40-person field yet, but we all know, any of us that have done iRacing, in the last 10 minutes, sometimes you'll have 10 people, join up. But I have pretty good confidence that I can make the race. If not, again, not a huge deal. It's all for a great cause, but I think I got a good shot to make the main.
What do you think your chances are to win the race tonight, Ryan?
I'd have probably a better chance of seeing snowfall in Georgia, but we're going we're going to pull the seatbelts tight, and we're going to see what we can do. I'm going to try and stay out of trouble. That's my main goal. Just kind of stay in the back, like I told you earlier. For me tonight, it's not about winning. I mean, to me, we've already won with what we've done and what we've raised for Toys for Tots. So yeah, I'm just going to kind of cruise, just make sure I'm helping out admin and helping out calling cautions and stuff like that. And hell, with 10 laps to go, if I'm up there, I'll mash the loud pedal down to the floor. But till then, I'm just going to kind of cruise.
Now, this next question, Ryan, I asked to a bunch of the drivers, but I imagine your concern is a little bit elsewhere. But the question is what are you most concerned about? What derails the 12's efforts to win this race tonight? Obviously, as one of the head admins in this race, that might be answered a little differently.
Yeah, I mean, just it being a shit show. I mean, that's what everybody worries about. I mean, obviously, for me, I like I said earlier, it's really not about where I finish, but I just want everybody to have a good race, and all the fans watching, to enjoy this race and have some good racing out there. But man, these things are really, really loose after about 20 laps, so it's a little sketchy out there. So we'll see how it goes. If we have multiple cautions, we'll swap to single file restarts. But hopefully everybody's patient. That's going to be your key word. Rick James loves to use the P word, patience, but you're gonna need to have patience in full effect tonight.
All right, Ryan, last question as quick as you possibly can. Who's going to win this race?
Mm. Shit, man. Yeah, you put me on the spot. This is sort of like college game day when, Kurt Herbstreit's calling the race or calling the, game. I prefer not to answer. How about that?
All right, the first driver that has pleaded the fifth tonight. That might be the best call. That could be good. Ryan, I know you got a big race. You got a lot on your plate, buddy. I want to let you get to it, but I absolutely appreciate you coming on. I appreciate the thought that you had in your mind 6 months ago and what it's turned into. It's sweet.
Yeah, man, no problem. Thank you all for calling the race, and we're gonna try and go out there and put on a show for y'all and the fans, and let's see if we can't raise some more money. If y'all are watching, donation links should be in the chat. Whether it be YouTube or Twitch, donate. Whatever you can. $2, $3, $10. Just let's raise some money. So yeah, I'm gonna get back over to my chat so I can get this thing lined up for y'all. But appreciate y'all having me.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. Tommy, uh, in the booth with me tonight. We're going to be calling this race. Super excited, but we want to talk about specifically Toys for Tots. We've already been able to raise over $300. We went ahead and put the link for the race day fund in the description. Tommy, we're going to be posting that throughout the night. So if you come into the chat, you don't always get to see all the chat before it. So we're going to make sure that we can post that as many times in the chat as we possibly can. Tommy, I'm super excited about tonight's race. I'm ready to get at it.
everybody has already taken their time. A lot of guys have committed that if they win, they're going to donate their money for Toys for Tots. So, just everybody putting a little bit in here. And if anybody needs the link, I will post it as the race goes on. Just give me a heads up. I'll post it every handful of minutes, but you can find it in the description as well, DP.
Absolutely. Make sure that if you're willing and you're able, that you do that. What a great opportunity! What a great cause that we are able to undertake. And shout out to these drivers who paid their entry fees. To start this race, every one of them, and they've got a lot to win too. Want to give all the fans an opportunity to know that me and Tommy are going to be in the booth. Ryan Pinnell, you're going to be hearing a lot from him tonight. He's going to be our in-race reporter should he make this race. And on pit road, we are going to have Justin Warp Lotus Williams. Warp, how you doing tonight, buddy? Oh, Warp, you're a little bit hard to hear down there, buddy. See if we can't get that microphone turned up. Not quite sure if it's on my side. Oh, there we go.
Sorry about that. I got to turn it down when I'm down here on pit road. These cars going by, lots of horsepower, very loud.
Absolutely. Sure going to have a good time down there. Warp, you're going to be going around to all these different chats, trying to talk to our drivers, see what they're going through down there. Are you excited about it?
I'm excited. All during practices, we've had major issues with drivers trying to get down onto pit road. These are really big breaks with the tires. They get super hot. Atlanta, super slicky, has not been rescanned yet. It's going to be intense. You're going to see a lot of drivers with that draft overshoot pit road or plan near go through it too fast. Right now, our fastest car on track, number 33, Stan Carrington, super fast with the 37.50 in the draft. Pack racing, I think, is going to be important. That's going to be major when coming down pit road. Back to you at the booth.
Absolutely, Warp. We're going to be talking to you throughout the night. We got Jeremy Brialt in the chat with us for this pre-race show. Jeremy, there's a lot of cars on that track. How you feeling tonight, buddy?
Well, it's gonna be a crapshoot tonight, especially trying to get through the heats. Especially if we got a full field or more than a full field. But yeah, I have a pretty good sense of what the car is gonna do. We can definitely take the tires a lot longer than an actual normal Atlanta race with these, I don't know, super tires, you can call them, because you can go like 60, 70 laps with these. But if you can take the tires long enough and we can actually get a long run, it should be a good one.
Yeah, absolutely, Jeremy. This is going to be an incredible battle because we've seen pack racing before. Usually, when you see pack racing, it's at a little bit larger racetrack than Atlanta. Atlanta's pretty big in its own right, but this track is going to be gritty and rough, as much as we know. And I think I ran 10 or 12 laps here earlier today, and the car started to get really loose. So that's definitely going to be an issue too.
Yeah, it's definitely a side effect of the fall off. Like, we fall off about 2 seconds, but there's a wall that you hit like with 20 laps on the tires. So I think the looser you are, the faster you are. So as the cars need to be loose to be fun. So it's definitely going to be a learning curve for some of these guys, because I don't know how much of them have gotten practice. But hey, if everybody can hold on to it, it's going to be a hell of a race.
Well, Jeremy, I know you got a lot going on, buddy. You're going to be looking out for you and watching to see what that 74 car has to offer. Thank you so much for doing this pre-race with us. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks, guys. Enjoy the race.
Yep. Well, Tommy, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, hopefully we can try to get Davy Jones, David Hauk, and SKD, also known as Stephen Doughton, in the booth with us tonight right before we go green, buddy.
Yeah, we got a couple more interviews to go. We're coming really close to qualifying time. Definitely want to cover all the upcoming qualifying laps right before the heat races. The heat races are going to be a blast. I can't wait for that, and I can't wait to watch the the back of the field for a change, and see who's going to make it in and who's not going to make it in. Unfortunately, fortunately for us, but unfortunately for the drivers, there's going to be a couple cars going home at the very least. So there's going to be a lot of anticipation, a lot of drama being played out. 20-lap heat races, 20-lap heat races, 2 of them. Can't wait.
Can't wait to see it. Gonna take a quick break on the other end. We'll see if we can talk to some more drivers. To call him, buddy. You're getting ready for this race. It's going to be a good one.
Oh yeah. It's a little slick out there today. It's getting hot. Track's got a lot of rubber getting put down. It's going to be pretty exciting. Excited to do these 250 laps with these guys. Ryan puts on a great league, and as well as Thomas and you, Terry. Excited to be here.
Excited to have you here, buddy. We're going to do some rapid fire here. I talked to a bunch of drivers before we started practice and before the broadcast begins. Wasn't able to talk to you, so you're going to get to do this live on the air. You ready?
Oh.
All
Yep.
right. All right. As quick as you can. Your chances to make this race.
100%.
Absolutely. Your chances to win this race.
Slim.
What is the thing, maybe you can elaborate a little if you wish, what is the thing that you're most concerned about? What derails this whole effort for the 21?
To say pace and lap traffic.
Absolutely. All right, one more question. Who wins this race, David Jones?
Camp from last year. I'm going with Jeremy.
Davey picks Jeremy. Well, that's something that we've heard, and we'll talk about that later on in the race. This is going to be one of those races, Davey. There's going to be a whole bunch of pack racing going on, a whole bunch of moves to take. One driver that we talked to said that in the heats he was going to have to take every run that he could possibly can, is to make sure that he can get his car to make the win, or at the very least, get in the race. So that's going to be something that's quite interesting. Does it concern you at all?
Yeah, these next-gen cars can get some wicked runs, and when you get them, you've got to take it, especially with, what are we doing, 20-lap heat races? That's not a lot of time. If you've got to run, you've got to take it. As of right now, I don't see how many people are in, but people are going home tonight, and I don't want to be one of them, so I'm taking those chances. And then just I gotta risk it. Gotta risk it for a biscuit.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Davey, for joining us. We appreciate your time. We're going to let you get back to uh, your team so that you can continue to prepare for this race. We appreciate it, buddy.
Appreciate y'all. Good. Thank you.
Tommy, we got our good buddy SKD in the booth. SKD, we wanted to bring you up here for the pre-race because I think I speak for both me and Tommy. You have done so much for this Jingle Jam, and you've done your absolute best to make this the best that it could. From recruiting drivers, from adding drivers, to updating the website, to making the overlays for this race and helping with that. We just want to tell you how much we appreciate you, buddy, and we wanted you to talk to us a little bit.
Well, for one, I want to give a huge thank you to you two for stepping up and doing this broadcast because you're in a bit of a pickle, and you guys have given me this beautiful canvas to work with, and it's been great working with you guys. Like, I am just so ecstatic that we've gotten to here. Like, we're here. We're ready to race. You guys are ready to broadcast. This is awesome. I cannot be more thankful for the group of us that have worked together. Ryan, Tommy, yourself, myself, Tri-Strand doing some video editing. This is going to be a lot of fun, and I just can't wait.
Well, SKD, it's been a whole lot of fun. We have done a whole lot of things, but now it is upon us, and the only thing we have left to do is race and talk about the race. And so I'm really excited to get it going. I hope you're pumped for it too.
I'm super pumped, especially since we might be looking at, a locked field. So this makes me feel a little bit better. I'm not as nervous. So a lot of fast guys, a lot of great racing. The cars are a lot trickier than they were a couple weeks ago. So this is gonna make for some fun. We're gonna have some fun, DP.
Excited to get it going. Warp is active in the chat, throwing out that link so you can donate to Toys for Tots. Tommy, we've got about a minute and a half, and we're gonna go qualifying. I am super excited and ready to get this thing going.
Yeah, let's go. Let's get this rolling. Post-race, pre-race interviews are pretty much complete here. Qualifying, followed by heat races, and then we got the main race. Can't wait.
Quick break, and we will see you right back. Don't touch that dial. Invite your friends to join this stream. They want to see this race. This is going to be absolutely incredible. Can't wait. Back live for qualifying, looking at the 35 of Brett Punkery. Some of these drivers we're not going to know, and it's going to be really hard to pronounce their names, so we absolutely do apologize. But he is running his first qualifying laps here at Atlanta. Warp, you're going to be on pit road and being able to talk to these guys. And as you know, these tires, they really start to wear off. But for these qualifying times, they should have a ton of grip.
Yeah, you got a new set of tires for qualifying, and if I'm not mistaken, this is off the percent you're going to start on. Right now, we got weather at 88 degrees Fahrenheit with a track temp of 127 with winds at west 8 miles an hour, 29 inches of HG and rising. This track is going to get hot, hot, hot. Watch out for that pack racing. We're going to see a lot of action tonight.
Tommy, David Houck in the 21, he's on track.
Davy Jones on track in the number 21 car, getting his qualifying run in there. He was very fast in practice. Looks like he is top 10, 7th on the board right now. First P1 right now is the 35 of Brett Pernacki. We talked about him earlier. Second is the 34 of Jordan McGraw. Looks like he's finishing his qualifying run there. That beautiful 34 shake and bake car. I'm sure we'll be hearing a bunch from him later. One thing that's really interesting, DP, if you qualify in the top 2, you are locked into this race. You don't have to go to the heat race, which will be huge depending on how many cars we have here. And, you know, right now it looks like we're going to be close to that 40 car maximum. So those qualifying positions are extremely important.
Yeah, now some of these drivers are hoping and praying that there isn't more than 39 drivers trying to make sure that they can get in this race. And Tommy, you know how hard it could be in those heat races to not just overcome the field, but to overcome the nerves. Donald Ray on the track getting his laps in. These guys are just trying to make it through, but they're also trying not to have heart attacks as they go around the track, just hoping and praying that they can make the right moves to get them in the race.
Yeah, it's really nerve-wracking to get that qualifying run in to start at the front of that heat, because if you go 20 laps is not a real long time to make up the positions you need to start high in this field. Obviously, the guys who've qualified third on back will get preference for starting position. There will be 2 heats, 20 cars each. The 19 cars, I'm sorry, top 19 cars will make the field. It's not limited to 20 cars. But yeah, I mean, these qualifying laps are extremely important. And right now we have the 35 of Pernacki and the 13 of Longnecker, P1 and P2.
Yeah, Elliot Longenecker with a super fast lap. Originally intended to be in the 5 car. Something happened with iRacing and it put him in the number 13. So he'll be running the number 13, but that car still super incredibly fast. And this is huge, Tommy, because where that 35 and that 13 set right now, they're not going to have to deal with heat races. They're going to automatically go on through and start at the beginning of this race. And even if we only get 40, that's still going to be big for them because they don't have to deal with what could happen in these heat races.
Yeah, they can go back, open up a cold one, and relax and just enjoy this race like we are here. They don't have to worry about getting behind the wheel until the race actually happens. They could check some stuff out, maybe do some test sessions if they please. But as we talk about the qualifying still, qualifying is not finished. Matthew Kent on the track now in that beautiful 31 Pepsi Cola machine.
Yeah, the 31 getting his laps in at the moment, just hoping to try to stay as low onto the bottom of the track as you possibly can. A major difference we saw right there where he touches the apron just a little bit. Looks like he's slowing down.
Looks like he's done with his qualifying lap. I'll try to get the next person going out there. Here we go. We got Andrew Gurwitz. Aaron Gurwitz in the 9 car. He was supposed to be in the 09 car, in the 9 car. Easy to determine that. But we also have Seth Wansing in the 9 car. He's actually going to be scored as a 24 car, so keep that in mind if you're watching at home.
Yeah, number 9 car on the track right now. Aaron Gurwitz was able to talk to him a little bit pre-race. And so he thought that he had a pretty good chance of making the field, and thought that as long as he could keep it clean and had good pit stops throughout the race, he thought his car was going to be up towards the front with a really good chance of winning this race. So we'll have to keep an eye on that number 9 car. Yeah, we'll have to see what he can do.
33 car now out on the track. This was one of the cars that was fastest in practice. It's kind of hard to tell from practice whether you put a qualifying lap down or you put down a lap in the draft. So we'll see here if he's got the speed to put it in the top 2. But as we were covering this, the 11 car of who is that? That Reedy, Austin Reedy in the 11 car is now in the 2nd place position. Crucial for the starting lineup of this race, DP.
Yeah, just getting started here for the ARCS Jingle Jam. Qualifying is underway, and you see the 33 of Stan Carnathan. He's still in the race. Warp Lotus, our pit road reporter, you've been watching what we've been watching, and you've been staying active in the chat. And so it's so good to see all of these people out here who are watching this race and supporting this race because it's for a good cause.
Most definitely. This is an awesome cause. Toys for Tots. Links in the bio, the description of both the Twitch and the YouTube. Go in there, donate what you can. Make some kid's holiday that much brighter. Obviously, only if you can. We have the PayPal link is also going to be in the stream chat as the race goes on. We'll try to get that to you, but obviously I'm not going to, gum up the chat with that. We'd like to hear who you guys are rooting for. Tell us who you're rooting for. We'll try to get them on camera as much as we can because this is for you guys. This is for the kids, and this is for fun. So, I mentioned earlier, a lot of these guys have already committed to donating their winnings to Toys for Tots, which is an amazing, amazing thing. And, this is all for fun. This is all for the holidays, and it's all for the kids. So.
Looks like for the most part, all the drivers are done qualifying, Tommy. We're going to take another break and just a little bit under 2 minutes here, and we're going to have these heat races starting. It's going to be super exciting. I am ready to get this thing going. The cars are on the track, and we want to make sure that the fans know kind of how this is going to work. It looks like we're going to have just at a 40-car field tonight. All these drivers are going to be guaranteed to make the race. And so what iRacing has done is it's put them all on the track together. So these guys are racing for position. The top two are going to advance to the race. So they're not in this race. And it looks like I could tell that Nick Pressey is going to be on the outside. It looks like Elliot Longenecker is going to be on the inside to start this heat race, Tommy.
Yes, Elliott in the 13 car, 94 of Nick Pressey, Tristan Bailey in the 88 car, that is the 088 car if you're keeping score at home, followed by Jason D. Maines in the 2 car, beautiful car there, and Donald Ray rounding out the top 5 in that 14 car.
Great racing just about to begin. ARCS Jingle Jam is underway. The 13 of Elliot Longenecker, he's going to get the start. It looks like the 94 was able to beat him just a little bit across the line. Probably not a penalty. These drivers went on the green flag. The 94 is going to lose some ground, though, because of being on that outside on the start of this race. Looks like the 88 going to be right behind the 13 for second.
Yeah, these cars are fanning out. There's 37 cars in this race, and just so everybody knows at home, there will be a maximum of 2 yellows for this heat race. Originally, we were supposed to have 2 heat races, but now we only have 1. And to respect the time and make sure we got this race in at a decent time, we decided that we weren't going to have more than 2 cautions, and the first caution is out, DP.
First caution is out just a couple laps into this race. Try to look and see what happened there, Tommy.
Looks like a couple cars had crashed. Wow, Patrick Allen not having the day he wanted. A lot of cars getting caught up in that. I'll try to find out where that started. Here we go, coming out of 4, 3 wide, 4 wide, guys bouncing off. Ryan Belly in there. The 23 car of Trevor Zelensky, Zeleny, he's in that wreck also. Sorry, I just butchered his name, but these are all new guys. We're trying to get them down pat. By the end of the race, we'll have your names down pat for sure.
Absolutely. The 13 of Elliot Longenecker was leading this race when the caution come out. He's going to have the first opportunity to come down pit road. The number 88 of Tristan Bailey, he's going to be running in second here. The number 14 of Donald Ray, and that very nice Christmas scheme. Look, Tommy, we've seen a lot of schemes coming up into this race. It is super awesome to actually see them on the track.
Oh yeah, these are some beautiful schemes. Love the Christmas and holiday themed schemes here. We have some guys who are running their sponsor schemes, which I totally understand, but the creativity amongst this group has just been unbelievable. Something to note with this heat race: each car has 1 fast repair, so a lot of guys are probably going to burn it with that first wreck. But the good thing is, like we mentioned before, nobody is going home from this field. Everyone's going to make the race. Kind of was hoping that we would have a little battle there for 40th place, but looks like everyone's going to make it. And can't wait for this to see how this heat race winds up, DP.
We are going to restart this thing very soon. Back and forth, another great holidays paint scheme. That 94 of Nick Pressey. Nick Pressey always super fast in those ARCS races. There's a lot of different drivers from a lot of different leagues represented in this race. I still like his chances, though, but that 94, he's going to have to stay out of trouble.
Nick Pressey, he's always had speed. Early on, we would joke around with him and say, you're fast, but you can't put the race together. And man, has he proved us wrong. This second half of 2021, he's really piled on the wins here in ARCS and in other divisions too. other iRacing series. He's done a great job, and shout out to Nick and what he's been able to do from his hometown of New York City.
Still single file on the bottom, running in the 5th position, the number 2 of Jason Demains. Good to see these drivers, like we talked about, Ryan. There's a lot of guys in this field that we know, that we race around a lot. There's also a lot that we don't know. Jason Demains is one of those drivers. Jordan McGraw running in the 6th position. He is another one of those drivers, and of course behind him is the number 12 of Ryan Pinnell.
Yeah, Ryan with that Christmas Story paint scheme. One of my favorite movies for Christmas time. A lot of people love Home Alone. I am a fan of Home Alone, but that is my go-to Christmas movie. I just find it hysterical. So cool to see that on the car. Cool to see him have some fun and be in the Christmas spirit for sure.
Absolutely. This has been incredible already. We saw that huge wreck, but these guys who are up front, they decided to stay out, and they stay up front. But like we talked about, some of those drivers are going to have used that fast repair. They're going to restart this race with about 14 to go, Tommy, and so it's going to be all out, especially if you're in the back. If you had a bad a performance in qualifying, you're going to be really trying to make your way up front. I'll tell you what, I'm going to be watching the back of the field.
Like David Hawk said, this is a quick race. It's go time. There's no holding back. There's no saving tires. You're going here, especially with this early caution. If you came down pit road and you started maybe towards the middle of the pack and now you're starting in the back, you got a car that can move up those positions, and you don't want to wait till the race to do that. You want to get ahead of those cars before the race starts. And be in a better position. So it's it's pedal to the metal here. 15 coming to 14 laps to go as we come green here, DP.
Double file as they cross the stripe. The leader is going to be taking the green flag, and already they're wrecking on the restart there. Not quite sure if that's going to bring out a caution or not. But as they run, Elliot Longenegger still in the lead, the 14 of Donald Ray. He is in second, but the caution is going to come out one more time. Warp Lotus, our pit road reporter, looks like already they're using pit road a lot, buddy. What are you seeing back there?
Well, I'm listening on cross-chat here. Nobody's happy with each other. We're having multiple problems here. I think the track's too hot for these boys.
Gonna hope to get some rubber laid down here, Tommy, and they'll be able to get it together. But this heat racing, this can really teach these guys a lot. This might be the first time. I believe that A-Class was running officials here, and so that might be good for some of these drivers. But some of these other drivers, this might be the first time they were able to run in such a pack like this, so you could really learn a lot from this heat race.
Oh, definitely. This is, if you're going to wreck, you might as well wreck in the heat race where it doesn't really, it does impact your race, but at least you won't burn up that fast repair. All these guys are going to make the race. So this is kind of a tune-up. Obviously, cold tires. These guys got to give each other a little bit more room there. Unfortunate break for the 19 car of Tom Sears. He's kind of minding his own business and looked like guys were checking up and the guys were checking up and one guy got into another, and Tom Sears was on the receiving end of a nice punt into the wall. So hopefully these guys had some fast repairs left and they could get back in the race and try to make up some positions. Now, this was the second caution. Like I said earlier, this will be the last caution of the race unless that's changed because of the going from 2 to 1 heats. But this should be the last caution. We should be going green from here to the end, regardless of how many wrecks.
Going to be interesting to see what happens here. It might be a little interesting, Tommy. We talked a bit in the pre-race show about how many laps you go before the car really starts to loosen up for you. And we talked about 10 laps being that mark. Well, when we restart this race, we're going to have about 7 or 8 laps to go. Now, I think they've only ran about 4 green flag laps. So what do you think they do here?
I think everyone's staying out. As bad as Atlanta is on tires, uh, you can't pit here, especially if you're in the front 10 or 12 cars. But maybe if you're further on in the back and you had to go in and burn a fast repair anyway, you might as well get fresh tires. But I don't think that's going to make a huge difference. Now, when it comes to the actual race, tires are going to be huge. We have 250 laps and only 5 additional sets of tires. That's an average of about 42 laps per a set of tires. I know from the practice session that I was in, DP, I know you are having some trouble with these cars after you get 10, 15 laps into a run. These guys are going to be screaming for tires when you get to lap 30, 40 on the run. So it's going to come down to who's going to make these tires last and who's going to save their fast repair.
As we await the restart of this race, I want to once again tell you, myself, Terry Gabbard, Thomas Andrews with me in the booth, Warp Lotus, Justin Williams, he is going to be our pit road reporter tonight. Ryan Pinnell is going to be our in-race reporter. Tommy, I'm excited because at some point tonight, there is going to be an appearance by Rick James, so I'm excited to see him in the chat as well.
Rick James, the voice of Thursday Night Thunder, among so many other, he wears so many other hats for so many other leagues. One of, the best commentators out there, in my opinion. I mean, I know me and you have known Rick for a long time, and we're just happy to see him doing what he's doing, and he's taught us, more than we'd ever be able to put into words when it comes to broadcasting. And can't wait to share the booth with him when he is able to join us.
Getting ready to restart this race. 13 of Elliot Longenegger on the bottom. The 14 of Donald Ray. He's on the outside. We see the 88 and the 94. They're running third and fourth respectively. Tommy, you're up front. You're not in the lead. Is it worth it to try to go for that extra spot, or do you just want to stay up here and make sure that you get a good start for this race?
It depends. You don't want to wreck. You don't want to have a top 5, top 6 starting spot turn into a 40th place starting spot. But you want to win. You play to win the game, right? So I know me personally, I would want to go up there and win, but I wouldn't risk it to the point where I'd wreck the first top 3 or 4 to make that happen, especially in this heat race. So as we go green here, we're going to see that 13 car bring us to the start finish line, and we're green.
The 13 with a nice restart. The 14 trying to play catch up. He's got some room there on the bottom. He decides he's going to take that. He jumps in front of the 88. The 94 of Nick Pressey, he's running fourth, and they are side by side for fifth between the 34 and the 2.
'34 and the 2 side by side. 12 and the 5 and the 18, almost 3 wide there. Going to zoom out to give you guys a better view of what is going on. There's so much action going on this track right now. It's insane. Look at all those cars. 12 and 18 side by side, 5 and 8 cars side by side. This looks like Talladega to me.
The leaders are single file, one by one, all the way back to about 6th place. But once you get to about 7th on back, they are fighting for every spot. This is great racing that we're seeing. We've started to see it go green, but it looks like somebody's way down on the apron. Not quite sure what happened. Looks like the cautions are going to be off. These guys now fighting and scraping, trying to get everything they can.
In ARCS rule, or an ARC saying 5 laps to go, cautions are off. Well, 12 laps to go, cautions are off. DP, these guys are running it to the finish. They're putting on a great show here. Like I said, looks like Talladega out there with the pushing. One thing to note for this race is the 88 gets into the 13, gets the 13 loose. 14 car coming around the outside, followed by the 94 of Nick Pressey. Donald Ray is going to go to the lead, followed by that Sprite-inspired 94 car. It looked like the Looked like the 88 got into the 13 car. I don't know if there was actual damage there or maybe he just got him loose. But either way, they are now back in this hornet's nest, DP.
Yeah, the 88 got into the 13, and that didn't help either one of them. And now the 88's on the outside, 3 wide for third place. 88 in the middle. Look at them race, Tommy. This is incredible. The 13 going to have a nice edge on the bottom here, but it looks like maybe the 34, if he could stay side by side, he'll get a nice run off. They battle continuously for third place.
This is insane. This is literally insane. We've got 4 wide going into turn 3. I'm sorry. I cannot believe this. If this is a precursor for anything to come in this race, this is going to be absolutely amazing. 74 car in the middle there. That's Jeremy Briault. That's one of the guys that I believe Davey pegged to win this race. A lot of really fast cars in this field, DP.
Back up front, the 14 and the 94, they are trying to do it right, Tommy. They are sucked up to each other, trying to push, but it looks like Tristan Bailey in that 88, he is coming, and sorry about that. And the 4th place driver, the 34 of Jordan McGraw, he's got some run with him too. Looks like there's going to be a slow car. He's going to have to stay out of the way. These guys are trying to dodge him, Tommy.
Yeah, good job to kind of get out of the way of that slow car there. I believe that was the damaged 21 machine of David Hawk, who we spoke to earlier in this race. You know, he said he was going to try to push it this race. I guess maybe he pushed it a little bit too hard, but either way, he will make the field. The 14 car, look who's back, the 88 car, a guy who had a little bit of an issue earlier. That car of Tristan Bailey, that's a fast car to keep an eye on for the rest of this heat race as well as the main race, DP.
The 88 gets in the apron, comes up just a little bit and gets into the 94, but now the 88 loses ground and the 34 gains it. He's inside for second place of the 94 of Nick Pressey. Jordan McGraw doing everything that he can to get his best start to this race. They're going to come to the white flag. Donald Ray's going to be the leader, but they're side by side for second place.
Donald Ray with a relatively comfortable lead. He's looking back in his mirror, seeing the 34 and 94 battling it out for second, smiling ear to ear. We have a lap car coming up here. Hopefully he looks like he's getting out of the way. I'll tell you what, this 14 car is on rails. The 94 car dives it in there, trying to get to the low side, cannot make it. 14 car will bring it back to the checkers.
14 of Donald Ray. He's going to start third in this race. He's going to win this heat race. The 94 gets edged out there for second place. Want to make sure we know who beat him there. Yeah, it looks like Jeremy Briault was able to be on the outside of the 94 of Nick Pressey. He's going to come in second. Nick in third. Looks like Levi McCarty in that 18 car. He's able to come home fourth. Bobby Anderson's going to run fifth. And so we're going to talk about these guys when they grid up, but that was some incredible racing and probably a precursor to what's to come.
That was absolutely wild, DP. That was a ton of fun. Congratulations to Donald Ray, our winner here in the heat number 1, our only heat, as we get the main race started here. Donald Ray will drive off third, followed by, I believe, the 74 of Jeremy Bailey, Jeremy Briault, and then the rest of the field to follow.
We're going to take a quick break while these drivers take their warm-up. We're super excited, Tommy. When we come back, it sounds like somebody decided to take the challenge. We'll tell you about it right after the break.
And we are back here at Atlanta Motor Speedway doing the warm up for the main race. DP, you got our pole sitter.
Brett Punkari, you're going to be the pole sitter on this race. That was an incredible qualifying effort that you had, and you didn't even have to deal with those crazy heats.
Yeah, I pretty much figured I had to do a good qualifying even with the heats anyway, even though it's just only one heat. But I figured if I somehow got on the front row and avoid all that madness, and the bonus of that now is that I got this challenge now, and I'm gonna go right to the back and maybe a better chance to avoid even more madness because I'm expecting it.
Yeah, going to take the opportunity to go all the way to the back and make your way back to the front to win this thing. It'll yield you $25 if you do. Tommy, you're going to tell us just a little bit about that.
Yeah, most definitely. Our good friend Dustin Painter and his wife have donated $25 to take the pole sitter challenge, which is kind of like, if anybody's familiar with what they do at Bowman Gray, they allow the top qualifiers to kind of go to the back, and if they make their way back up, they get a bonus prize. And if you finish in the top four, Brett will receive an extra $25 courtesy of MK Men. We will put the link in for MK Men, and I don't know about UDP, but with all this cleaning your hands over the last 18 months, 20 months, my hands are extremely dry. So I've definitely benefited from some MK Men hand lotion and stuff of that nature. So go check it out. Big supporter of us here at ARCS and iRacing in general. We will be having a Dustin and his wife are sponsoring an entire series for us. So kudos to them, shout out to them, and yeah, good luck, Brett, with the challenge.
Yeah, thanks. I'm gonna need a lot of luck just to probably survive this. But if he gets some long runs, I think I may have something for him.
Yeah, definitely. Going to the back, going to avoid the wrecks, I'm sure, or hopefully. You maybe save your tires. We have a limited amount of tires, so I think you'll be in a good shot. I think you got a shot at this.
Yeah, hopefully. Thanks.
No problem. DP?
Brett, we're going to send you back up to the booth. Good luck to you, buddy. Or, sorry, back up to your chat. Good luck to you, buddy. Thank you for coming down here and talking to us.
All right, thanks, guys.
Tommy, we're going to see the most incredible racing that I think we've seen in a long, long time. These drivers are going to have to keep it together. We are going to try to get through our starting lineup. Obviously, on the pole, Brett Punkari, who's going to go to the back and try to take that challenge. Second place looks like he'll remain second place on the outside.
Yeah, we'll kind of go through the field here real quick. Austin Reedy starting second in that 11 car. Donald Ray, who won the heat race, will move up to first in that 14 Rockwell Texas. Jeremy Briol will start outside the second row in that 74 car. 94 car will be starting P3. Sorry, I kind of got it a little bit messed up there because of the moving to the back. That's the 94 car of Nick Pressey, who we talk so much about. Inside starting fifth in that 18 car, Levi McCarty. 13 car of Elliot Longnecker. He will be starting seventh. 88 car of Tristan Bailey, one of the guys who was very fast during that heat race. He will be starting in 8th place on the outside, followed by our sponsor for the Pole Sitter Challenge, Dustin Painter in the 49 car.
Behind him, the number 9 of Aaron Gerwitz. He is going to be doing everything that he can, starting towards the middle of the front of this field. That could be quite interesting. The number 12, Ryan Pinnell. We talked to him a little bit pre-race, so excited to see what that number 12 can do. Terry Freer looks like he's going to be starting 12th in the 46. Talked to him a little bit pre-race. Hopefully we can translate his thoughts to the fans a little bit later on. Followed by the number 34 of Jordan McGraw. He should start 13th if my calculations are correct. I'm not 100% sure. Doing our best here. Corey Rutherford behind him according to qualifying time. The number 33 of Stan Carnathan. He'll be the next driver in line.
Yeah, unfortunately, because some of these guys took EOLs and also with the Pole Sitter Challenge, it kind of messed up our starting lineup here. But as we go down the field, we'll give some guys some airtime. That's the 34 of Steven Downting, also known as SKD. He was in the booth with us before. Shout out to him and all he's done for us here at ARCS. Jason Maines in the 2 car outside. Looks like he's going to be starting in the 19th spot. Patrick Allen in the 45 was able to recover and get a decent starting spot, mired back there in about 18th, 19th position. I believe we will be going green here, so I'll bring it back to the start of the field.
Donald Ray going to lead the start of this race. Jingle Jam 2021 is underway. The 14 out to a nice lead. They're going to battle for second for just a little bit. You would think maybe the 94 would have the advantage, but alas, he does not. It looks like the 11 car going to be on the outside, has a nice run. The 94 is still able to keep it side by side, though.
94 car doing a good job of keeping it low. 11 car trying to power his way on the outside. 74 behind the 11. Going to try to push him. We're 3 wide for 4th and 5th. Looks like we're back in line there. You don't want to push it too hard. There's some really aggressive guys in this field. But, with 250 laps, also, which is also 385 miles, which is crazy. There's a lot of racing left to do, and you can't win it in the first couple laps, but you definitely can lose it, DP. Austin Reedy on the outside, going for the lead, side by side, 3, 4, 5 rows back. Unbelievable.
The 11 car looking fast as can be. He is out to a nice lead, and he had that run on the outside. Not quite sure if those tires will allow him to do that for the rest of the race, but that was kind of incredible, and it looks like maybe it was a little bit telltale to the 94. He's able to get around the 14 as well.
14 car fading just a little bit. Probably knowing Donald Ray, I would like to say he's just trying to settle in here, keep his car in one piece. 11 car is very fast, Austin Reedy, as we have a car going very low on the apron there. I'm going to try to figure out who that was. Looks like they were able to keep it in line and bring it back onto the track without having any further damage.
Great racing that we're seeing so far. Green flag racing, just the 5th lap into this 250 lap race. A big race. A lot of these drivers have prepared for a long time for this race, and so these guys are doing their job. If we look up towards the front, the top 6 have pretty much got lined up. They are in it for the long haul. The 11 of Austin Reedy, he continues to be the leader, followed by the 94 of Nick Pressey. Donald Ray in that 14 car. Jeremy Briault running the 74 car tonight. And that number 8 car as well. That is Bobby Anderson in the 5th place position. And so these guys definitely have settled in, trying to get it together. And if this race would go green for a while, that's really going to open up some strategy for these drivers.
Yeah, the number 8 car, Bobby Anderson, one of the guys we haven't spoken about much so far, trying to make that high line work. He's doing a great job, sitting solidly in the top 5. He's followed by Levi McCarty in the 18 car. That's kind of a gravedigger scheme as we have our first caution, DP.
First caution's out. Not quite sure who was involved with that wreck, trying to get to the drivers that are slow, Tommy. You could probably catch that a little bit quicker than I can, thanks to technology. And the ARCS Jingle Jam has done a great job of bringing all this action to the fans. We see a car in the infield there. Not quite sure, can't see the number, Tommy, but definitely not something you want to have in the beginning of this race.
Yeah, it looks like we had a bunch of cars super slow on that front stretch. Not sure exactly what caused that. I don't see it on my ticker, but a lot of cars were able to, looks like, get through that unscathed. I don't see anybody really having some major damage. I'm sure some guys did, but all these cars here look relatively clean, at least from my point of view.
Warp Lotus, Justin Williams is our pit road reporter. Hopefully, Tommy, we might be able to get him into one of the chats, find out what happened there. We'll hope to get an update from him for you fans soon. Austin Reedy in that number 11 car. He's still up front. Warp Lotus, he's looking pretty good.
Yep, everything's solid here. Listen to the cross chat. We had SK Steven. He touched the grass there. They were going 3 wide. Middle car pinched him down there. Said no harm, no foul. It's like we're going to have no hurt fenders and bent feelings tonight.
Looks like a few cars down pit road. Trying to catch up with that. It looked like the number 88, who we saw up towards the front of this field, came down pit road, Tommy. And so some of these drivers electing to stay out. Such a big field, though. That could mean, the difference of what could make a great race and what could make a really bad race. And so these drivers just doing everything they can to make sure that they're doing the right thing.
Yeah, a lot of guys on pit road here. Not sure if they're taking tires or if they're just taking gas. I can't imagine.
No tires, all gas. All report down pit roads, all gas.
That's what I would think. I mean, hopefully these guys unchecked these tires and didn't accidentally take a set, because that would really put them behind the 8 ball going forward. So something to keep in mind. As talented as some of these drivers are, you also have to be very locked in and basically manage yourself correctly throughout this race. You want to have enough fuel. You want your tires to last, like I said earlier, at least 40 laps to get it through that stretch to you where you have a section, a couple sets there in the last 70, 80 laps, so that you can compete for the lead. I think this race is going to come down to not necessarily strategy, but who does have the freshest tires.
Absolutely. Want to appreciate everybody's here to check out this race, ARCS Jingle Jam 2021. Tommy, we're going to go ahead and try to put that link back in the chat for our new viewers that maybe just joined us. Make sure that you can get an opportunity to donate to the Race Day Fund. Toys for Tots, such a great organization doing wonderful things this holiday season for kids. And we just want to appreciate all the support that the ARCS Jingle Jam has received, not only from the drivers, but from the fans, from all the guys that joined the podcast and was willing to talk about it. Just a whole lot of effort and a whole lot of big hearts.
Most definitely. This is for such a great cause. Children, who doesn't love seeing a smile on a child's face, especially during the holidays. The fact that we can come together, put on this race, have so much fun, and also help children is awesome as we go live here, DP. Green is out.
Green flag is out 2 by 2 as they cross the line. This ginormous field trying to stay out of trouble, Tommy. It is amazing how much grip these next gen cars have when you start the race, but now these drivers are getting into about their 9th green flag lap or so. These cars are about to do something a lot different, and they are still 2 by 2.
Yeah, these cars will get loose super fast early on in the run. That caution may have came out at just the right time for some of these guys to kind of cool off their tires. Looks like the 74 car is trying to get around that 94, wasn't able to do it. 94 charging hard on the outside.
It looks like Tommy in stints and nice little runs that you can really make that outside work. We saw it for the 11 car. He was able to take the lead because of an outside move on the number 14 of Donald Ray. And so we see the 94 decide to take the bottom there, and the 14 likewise. But the 11 car, he's still pretty much consistent in his thought that every once in a while he wants to use that outside line and get a nice run. Still, this time, right in the middle of the racetrack.
Oh, definitely that 11 car, it looks good on that high side. If you can keep the momentum on that outside, you can kind of pinch down that inside car to where they can't hold the throttle down coming off the corner, and you could get that run. As I'm watching this chat, I want to shout out to Cody Pinnell. He's watching at home. Wish you could be here, bud. Thanks for everything you do for ARCS, as well as everybody else in the stream here. We're going to try to get everybody in. 77 car. Here we go. Beautiful paint scheme there. Sven Crawford in that 77 car. Mired back in the field here. Looks like he is back in 16th position, slowly working his way up. He's up 17 positions from the start of this race, so one of our biggest movers here in the 77.
Definitely keeping a lookout for him. Tommy, I want to give a quick update on the driver in the 36th position. That is the number 35 of Brett Poncari. He was the pole sitter in this race, who decided to take that challenge for the $25 from MK Men. And so he's still trying to make his way through the field. Maybe hope to pass a little bit more cars at this point, but you know it can be really difficult to get through, and there's still a really long way to go.
These cars back here, I know exactly what they're doing. They are not pushing this car. That's Dustin Painter there in the 49. I know him well enough to know that he is not pushing that car. He's saving his tires. He's going to try to make these tires go as long as he possibly can without really falling off and going a lap down. Same thing with that 2 car, I believe. These guys are just patiently waiting till the next caution comes out. They're not going to abuse their stuff. They're not going to burn up their fast repair, and they're going to try to be there at the end.
Absolutely. Back up here to the front. The 11 of Austin Reedy, he continues to lead. The 94 of Nick Pressey, kind of continuing what he was doing in the heats, not trying to be too aggressive, trying to make sure that car stays up front, and that's what the 94 is doing. The 14 of Donald Ray and the 74 of Jeremy Briault, they run 3rd and 4th. It looks like pretty much the top 10 are single file around this racetrack, but as I say that, it just takes a little bit of a checkup. If one driver has to check up, it can really break up that line, and you can see how the whole line kind of disintegrated really quickly.
Yeah, shout out to that 74 car, Jeremy Briault, one of my favorite paint schemes in this race. That is one of 3 Dodge Chargers that we have in the race. Awesome to see that car. The front end of that car just looks so nice. I wish Dodge would come back to the sport. Maybe soon. Someone could dream, right? But yeah, great racing up here. 74 car, 94 and 11, just kind of biding their time, not pushing it. Looks like we got, who do we have in 4th here? We have the 33 car in 4th place, followed by the 18 of Levi McCarty.
Great racing that we're seeing so far. And Tommy, we're watching these guys drive around the track, and some of these drivers are just doing everything they can. We got a car really slow down there on the apron. It looks like he's able to keep it out of any type of harm's way. Not quite sure who that was. Warp Lotus, you might be able to check on that replay. Looks like maybe it was the 33 of Stan Carnathan, Tommy. Not quite sure what happened with that driver.
It was the 33 of Stan. Looked like he just got low and got a little loose there. Like we said, 10, 15 laps into this run, these cars are going to get loose, and if you're not prepared for it, you're going to be along for a ride. Luckily, he was able to save it. We got another car super loose coming out of that corner. That's Donald Ray in the 14, able to save it, brings it back up on the track. Good save by him, but not what he wanted to do. He started in P3, now mirrored back in about 12th position, DP.
Back up to the front, Tommy. A little bit of change in the race. The 11 car of Austin Reedy, he's going to yield that position to the 94 of Nick Pressey. The 74 also able to get under the 11. It looks like the 74 was able to slide up in front. Now the 11 tries for the bottom. The 18 has to make a decision there for third.
Yeah, these guys are wheeling it off the quarter, especially coming off of turn 2. I love that shot right down the backstretch that shows the cars coming off of turn 2. You could see how loose they get, and the 74 car is wheeling it. 94 car doing a great job. 11 car, 18 car. These are the guys that have been in the front all race. Now we got the 13 car of Elliot Longnecker moving up. We haven't talked about him much since the heat race. He's done a great job, followed by, looks like that is Doc Holliday in the 88 car right there.
Great racing we're seeing up here, Tommy, but it's also something that you want to look out for. We've done a lot of these practice races. We drove a lot of these cars, especially at Atlanta. And one of the things that you can get yourself into a situation of is this type of rubber band effect that I've talked about on this channel before, where one guy will get way out, and you can see the 74 and the 11, they're way out. Now, these guys are side by side for third, but they're going to try to get a huge run and get up on them. We'll have to talk about that a little bit later and try to kind of show the fans what we're talking about. Looks like the caution is going to be out on the field for the second time here at Atlanta.
Caution is out. Oh no, looks like the 48 car may have misjudged what the gap there, came down and clipped the right rear of the 49 car. Hopefully those guys were able to, doesn't look like these guys, 48 maybe was able to get back to pit road, but unfortunate break for the 49 car. He would have to tow, and he's going to be a couple laps down. Exactly what he was trying to avoid there. Maybe we could get a report from the 49 car from Moore.
We'll check on that soon enough. Like you said, definitely not the type of race that the 49 was looking to have, and I saw that wreck, man. It was really, really hard, and that's what happens. We've kind of seen this before, maybe even on different consoles, Tommy, where you're trying to fight that car a little bit, and you kind of underfight the car to keep it straight. And as you do that, the car is able to stay straight, but then you just kind of get up into the guy that's on top of you because you didn't turn enough. And so that really stinks for the 49 and for the 48. But there's still a lot of racing to go. We know they still have that one fast repair. Those guys will try to get those cars back out on the track, try to get their laps back and make a run for it. Tommy, we're back up here to the front. The 74 of Jeremy Briault, he is the new leader here at Atlanta. The 11 of Austin Reedy, he's going to fade one spot to the second. The 94 of Nick Pressey, he's going to run third.
Yeah, great job by these three cars. They've been, in the top three the whole race. Let's see, fourth position is that 18 car showing up as 018. Great scheme, kind of looks like the grave digger scheme. That's Levi McCarty. We talked about him. 13 car of Elliot Longnecker. These guys are all staying out. We are 26 laps into this race. I don't foresee them coming down for a little bit longer. Maybe next caution. Doc Holliday in the 88 having a really strong run. I'll bring up the tickers here so you guys can see. Aaron Gurwitz in the 9 car. That's the 09 on the track. We have a 9 on the track and a 09. The 9 is mired back in the field. That is Seth Wansing. We'll get to him. 36 of Hank Caston. Good to see him on the track. Didn't think he was going to make it. good looking car there. Jeff Node in the 6 car. Coming over from our Xbox side, good to see Jeff here racing with us. Terry Freer in the 46 from Lapper, Michigan. Big Jeff Gordon fan. That's a Jeff Gordon tribute driver of the 46 Jeff Gordon tribute car. Not that particular car is a tribute. I hope not. But yeah, that typically drives the 46 tribute car. And then we got the 14 car of Donald Ray, a guy we spoke about earlier. He is, faded a little bit, but, still just outside the top 10. 21 car of David Hauk behind him. We spoke to him pre-race. He said his chances were slim, but he's done a good job of keeping that car clean. Bobby Anderson in the 8 car. Good looking Nightmare Before Christmas scheme, I believe. And then 77 car of Crawford, followed by Seth Wansing, rounding out your top 15.
Absolutely great racing. The cars will get ready to double up, and we'll go back green soon. Want to give some personal shout outs of mine. Tyler Tackett is in the booth, a really good friend of mine, and somebody who is super important to me, and so I appreciate you being there. Joshua Gabbard, my brother, he is also watching, so I appreciate you guys. Thanks for supporting me. We're doing some crazy stuff up here in the booth and down here on the track. This has been some incredible racing. And when we go to these next-gen cars next year in real life, Tommy, if the racing is anything like we're seeing tonight, it is going to be incredible.
Oh, yeah. I saw the test from this past week at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Looks like they really are getting this car dialed in. I can't wait for this new car. I am sad to see the Gen 6 car go, but with all good things must come to an end. And we're looking forward to this next gen car. Hopefully it brings some really good racing, and I'm excited for it.
Green flag is back out here in Atlanta, and the 74 with a huge jump over the rest of the field. The 11 and the 94, they're going to be all out on their lonesome as well, as we see the 18 starting to have to battle a whole slew of drivers getting around this track and getting back up to speed.
Yeah, great start for that 74 car. Was able to kind of catch the rest of the field sleeping, I guess. Fifth on back is kind of a hornet's nest here. We got Aaron Gurwitz, followed by the 18 and 36. This is some really good racing.
Garrison Girl in the chat saying, let's go, Garrison. Joshua Garrison doing the best that he can to make it through this race. Currently running in the 15th position. That number 44 is making moves, trying to stay out of trouble. The 46, you see up into the wall there just a little bit, Tommy, and you can see what these drivers are trying to do to make sure that they can keep their cars out of trouble and stay out of this. That's going to happen 3 wide there. The 6 car was really slow, Tommy. They are going through it back here.
That's a little bit too close for my comfort. These guys are wheeling it. The 44 of Joshua Garrison, he is driving one of the 3 Fords in this field. Beautiful car. That's actually an inverse scheme, as our good buddy SKD, Stephen Downting, in the 54 car. That is part of Team Mopar in ARCS. So, as he goes a little bit off course into the 88 car, and they're spinning.
Oh no, absolute catastrophe here for the 44. Tommy, we looked at him and we talked about him and we gave him the curse. You feel awful for that. The 44 hard into the wall there, and he is slow. Maybe, hopefully, just trying to let these drivers go. Yeah, it looks like he's going to be able to keep that car going for now. Hopefully he can get it back around pit road, get that fast repair, and it won't hurt him too bad.
Yeah, talk about the commentator's curse. I mean, I feel terrible about that. But, it looked like he got through without much damage, then just clipped the wall at the end, couldn't lock it down. Very fortunate that no one hit him. Maybe he can get away with not burning a fast repair right now, but that looked like a pretty good hit there at the end. I think he'll have to use a fast repair eventually to be competitive, but hopefully he can remain in this race and and just stay on the lead lap or close to it, and get and stick around till the end. You know, you got to be in it to win it, and it's a long race, so anything could happen, DP.
Caution out on the field, Tommy. It's going to be a great opportunity for us to take a quick break. We want to make sure that you guys stick around. Wait to see what's going to happen at the end of this race. This is going to be super incredible. That 35 car still trying to make his way through the field and win some money. There's a whole lot on the line tonight. Not to mention Toys for Tots is getting all the benefit. And so we appreciate them as well. We're going to take a quick break. After we get back, we'll have about the 35th lap of the race. We'll be able to go green flag. Back live, the beginning of this race, and already storylines and craziness going on. It's crazy up at the front, but it's really insane right there in the middle of the field. Our in-race reporter, Ryan Pinnell, you're having a good time. I can tell.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it really, honestly, it's been a good race so far. You know, a couple cautions here and there, but nothing huge. We had a few pretty good green flag runs there. So we'll see. Hopefully, we can get some more green flag runs. You know, coming to lap 37. So we'll see what happens. But we're up here in 24th. I'm on the lead lap. That's kind of my goal. Just stay on the lead lap, stay out of trouble. So we're going green. So we'll see what we can do.
Brian, we appreciate you, buddy. We'll definitely be talking to you later throughout the night, buddy. Have a good race.
Thank you.
Tommy, this has been incredible so far. We're going to go back green. The 11 of Austin Reedy has reclaimed the lead, and he's going to be on the start. Is able to get a nice little jump over the 94. The 94 thinks low and is able to make that move. So the 94 able to get down in front of
the 9.
Yeah, it's in front of the 9 there to make that bold move, and he's going to be rewarded with a second place spot. Tommy, they're doing the best that they can to make this work. It looks like a car already slow, and there's a lot of cars in this field, a lot of reason that things could go wrong.
Yeah, it looks like Jeremy Briel pitted from the lead during that caution while we were at break, probably getting some fresh rubber. 38 laps into this race. These guys in the front are still on the first set of tires that started this race, trying to make it last, trying to get a good strategy here. So doing a great job as we're 3-4 wide in the back.
Fighting for every single position. These guys trying to do what they can, and I'm going to keep saying this, to do what they can to make it through this race. This is definitely a race of attrition when we see how quickly these tires start to wear off. When you realize that if this race could go green without stages or anything like that, you're going to be thinking about fuel and how to save as much of that as you can. And obviously, just keeping that car out of trouble when you're racing so close with each other on a track as abrasive as Atlanta, that is much easier said than done. These guys are racing their butts off out here, and I am so happy, Tommy, that I'm up here calling this race and not in it.
Yeah, now looking at it from this point of view, I'm kind of glad I'm up here in the booth and, you know, a little bit less stressful. But leading up to this race, I was really bummed out I wasn't in this race, but excited to be calling it. Now looking at it from this perspective, this is a blast. I've had a ton of fun so far, and we're only 40 laps in. We have, you know, 4/5, 80% of this race left to go, and we're just getting started.
Just getting started. The drivers are going to take it's going to be lap 41. I got to do the math in my head. There's still way over 200 laps remaining in this race. Austin Reedy has been super strong there, but it looks like these drivers are going to be able to maybe get, if they could get single file, they could really be doing something here. The 13 of Elliott Longenecker, he runs second with a 94. Outside of him, looks like the lines are pretty equal till you get back to about that 7th place position, and they are 3 wide back there. These guys are making moves and taking the runs.
We had a wreck. We had a wreck in the back.
Wreck in the back there, and that's probably good news for the 11 and all those drivers back behind him, because the 13 had made that pass, Tommy, and he was setting sail. The caution's going to come out. The pace car's going to get in front of that 13. He's going to lose all of that ground.
A large disagreement back here between people in the back. Cross-party chat, definitely entertaining to listen to.
Yeah, and that's another thing too, Tommy. We talked about all those things that make it really difficult to make it through, and you're just trying to survive through this race. Is the fact that you got to be able to keep your temper in check a little bit. You know, we're just about 44 or 45 laps into this race, and already these drivers are trying to make passes, and it gets really, really irritating when you're trying to make a pass, you can't do it, or you get to the guy and then somebody behind you kind of messes up your positioning and your chance to make the pass. And so we see that the 13 of Elliott Longenecker, he's going to stay out. The 11 and the 94 is going to take a whole lot of cars down pit road. Warp Lotus, our pit road reporter, they are coming to you, buddy.
Yeah, we got quite a few coming down. I imagine we're going to take 4 tires and 2 cans of Sunoco Racing fuel. A lot of tempers flaring. Sounds like the 74 and the 88 have a lot of bad blood. I also want to give an update on our challenge leader there, the pole sitter. If he goes to the back and makes his way to the top 4, he gets a bonus of 25 bucks. He is currently riding in the back, mirrored back in 24th.
Yeah, he's doing his best, but already that driver up about 15 positions, Tommy, trying to make his way through the field. But with all of what is going on, you got drivers that are losing control and trying to stay out of trouble. But it's really easy when you're the guy that's behind the slow driver, you can see him. But when you're the driver that's 10 or 15 cars behind the slow driver, you sometimes don't see him till it's way too late.
It's very hard to see through these cars ahead of you. Just think about Talladega and how close you are to that car in front of you. You can't see through that through the rear windshield. You can barely see past that big ass spoiler that they have on these cars, and it makes it extremely difficult to see 3, 4, or 5 cars ahead to see what's going on. And by the time you see it, it's too late. As we got the 35 car coming back down pit road, this might be just to top off, to move to the back of the field, stay safe, and be there at the end. This is about the time where I would have made my first pit stop. Good to see these guys coming down pit road, getting some fresh rubber. One of the guys that just jumped on my screen, running in the 8th position that we haven't talked about yet today, Cody Riggs. I mean, one of the guys that we have that's been in ARCS for a long time, back from when we started ARCS, when it was before it was, when it was A squared and TNT, and before we had formed ARCS. Cody Riggs, driver of that number 83 on track 3 in our ticker. But yeah, a guy that's been with us for a while, has recently gotten iRacing, and good to see him on the track, DP.
Cody Riggs, talked to him a little bit before the race. He said he wasn't, he hadn't been feeling so good, wasn't exactly feeling like himself. So Cody Riggs trying to do what he can to survive this race. So far, doing a really good job, being scored right now in the 8th position. And so he's doing what he can to make his presence known. Tommy, the cars are going to start to go single file. A whole lot going on in the chat. We got Bossy Geo in there. He's watching. We want to tell you, Bossy Geo, we are ready for you to come do some iRacing with us. Smoking 8 says, be smart, Pressy. Nick Pressy been up front all day long. B Fog saying, let's go lurking. Joshua Gabbard watching on YouTube says, 3 and 4 wide so early. Exciting racing. I'm biting my nails for these drivers. We are biting our nails too, Josh. We appreciate everybody in the chat. Let's keep it coming. Who you rooting for right now? It looks like Elliot Longenecker up to the front. He's got a super fast car, the 74 of Jeremy Briel. Not a driver to take anything from anyone else. He is going to be outside the 21. It looks like he's going to be in third, enjoying his highest position. In the 14 of Donald Ray, he is back in the mix in this race, Tommy.
Yeah, Davy Jones in the 21 car. Like you said, best he's run all day. Guy we interviewed at the beginning of this race who said he had a slim chance to win. Doesn't look like he has a slim chance. Looks like he's got a good chance as of right now. But 200 laps to go here at Atlanta.
Oh, they're wrecking already, Tommy. Not quite sure how that started, but these drivers were getting up to speed, and something really bad happened to some of them. We're going to see. We see the leaders taking off, and it looks like they were able to get through just fine. Here's another shot of it here. Yeah, it just looks like somebody really missed the start there, Tommy. Not sure.
54 touched the grass there, got up into everybody.
54 having issues tonight. Yeah, Steven Doughton had an issue earlier in the race. That car is turned all the way around on the backstretch, trying to get turned back around, and this could be really dangerous because when you're trying to get that car turned around, Tommy, you can't always see when you're in the cockpit of these race cars.
Oh, most definitely. Trying to find out exactly. Oh, here we go. Here's kind of a look at it. Unfortunately, it's a little bit tough here with SDK Gaming. They do a great job, but not able to get the actual wreck there. That's the best I can do, I think. Try one more here.
We've been having multiple issues now. The track temp is fluctuating really well. We started out practice at 137. We're down to 110. A lot of people are on different cycles of tires. More than 3 cycles on these tires is almost like you're driving on ice.
Back here at the front, 13 car of Elliott Longnecker staying out. Doesn't have many green flag laps on those tires. 74 of Jeremy Briel, with a little bit fresher from what I understand. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Both last pit on lap 33. So the top 6 all have the same tires. 7th is Tristan Bailey that he last pit 8 laps before the top 6. Hank Caston has the freshest tires in the field in the top 8. He last pit on the last pit stop, the last caution, lap 44.
If you were around for the pre-race, we were able to talk to David Houck just a little bit, and he said his chances to win this race were minimal. Well, right now, he's sitting pretty good there, Tommy. Running in the 3rd place position is that 21 car. And sometimes that's the best way to stay out of trouble. You know, there's a lot of guys that when you get in a position where you start way back in the field, you want to try to stay way back so you can stay out of issues. But when you're up front, sometimes the best thing to do is just send it, make those moves that's going to get you up there and out of trouble.
Yeah, the safest place to be is at the front of this field. But you don't want to be out in front of the field on old tires. We saw that when me and UDP did that BNR Xfinity race this past week. Being out on old tires with faster cars behind you is not a recipe for success. But if you have a good car and you have the tires underneath you, you want to try to stay up front. So these guys being able to kind of stay up here, stay out of traffic, stay out of trouble, and not push the car too hard where you burn up those tires. It's a good strategy, and it's working out for these guys.
More love for the 19 of Tom Sears. Tom Sears running in the 24th position. A respectable spot here, set just in the middle of the field. You'll worry about these drivers, though, right here in the middle of the field. If something really bad could happen, sometimes there's just nowhere to go. And so the 19 just trying to be on the lookout, keeping your eyes open, thinking one step ahead of everybody else. Man, with these next-gen cars, it almost seems like you're playing a game of chess out here. I'm going to make a move, and hopefully that guy doesn't make the move that I done saw about 4 moves ago.
Yeah, 19 car of Lurkin Tom. He's got a nickname Lurkin because he always seems to be there at the end. I know him from he's been one of our original members, from original admins and owners from our Xbox days. He always gets better as the race goes on. Expect him to move up through the field as long as he can keep that nose clean, DP.
Having a great time up here calling ARCS Jingle Jam 2021, but remembering that this is for an awesome cause. We're going to put that link in the chat one more time. The description, if you're watching, you can click on the description. You're going to see a link to the Race Day Fund for Toys for Tots. We've already raised over $300 for Toys for Tots just with this race, and hoping that if you are able and willing, that you can help to these drivers have really had big hearts when it comes to wanting to put their money on the line, try to win a little money, but also to do something great for some kids in need.
Green is out, DP. 13 car leading him to the green flag. 74 on the outside. 13 car able to clear him going into 1. 74 car with the 14 behind him. We'll zoom out a little bit, get you guys a better view of everything that's going on this track, because there's a lot of action right now as the 96 cars in the wall in front of the whole field.
This is going to be a big wreck, and this is going to hurt a lot of drivers. These drivers scrambling to stay out of the way. And that's really unfortunate. Not quite sure, Tommy, you said the 96 car had some issues there.
96 car had some huge issues. Looks like the 25 car was on his outside. A guy who's having such a good run, Jonathan Holmbrink in the 20 car spinning there. He was able to get away with minimal damage, it looked like, but does have some damage. We got Charles Gettings. I believe that's the 96 car here. This is a better view of what happened. 25 car in the wall, comes down a little bit into the 96. 96 car hard into the wall, and nowhere for these guys to go. They can't see. The 20 car of Jonathan Holmbrink has no idea. And then the 44 of Joshua Garrison just, yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe you didn't see him, but unfortunate break for these guys. Definitely going to need to use a faster pair for a lot of guys. Tough break.
Yeah, unfortunate for those drivers. And sometimes when you're 3 wide, Tommy, you're dealing with all kinds of different strategies, right? Some drivers under that last caution or a couple cautions ago, they didn't pit. Others did. And when you have the differences in tires, the differences in speeds on the track, and especially when we get to this point where, you get about 10 or 12 laps where you could really just flat out send the car. You get to another point where you can't, and you really got to start driving the race car. Looks like the 25 was it was unfortunate for him. He got 3 wide. The car got a little bit loose, and he got into the other driver. That's going to be unfortunate, but that's one of those things that you're going to have to try to avoid when you're making your way through the pack, trying to get up to the front. Unfortunately, for some of those drivers, the fast repairs. There was only one when we started, Tommy, and so you get in this position where if you've already used it, you're kind of out. And if you haven't already used it, then you're already going to use it. And we talked to some people, not to be too long-winded, but we talked to some guys before the race, and that was one of their things. They said, we get out here and I got to use my fast repair really quickly at the beginning of this race, then I'm going to not be able to drive as aggressive and make the moves that I otherwise would use when I know that I have that second chance. And so these drivers, some of them are getting themselves in a hole that they got to try to dig their way out of, and some of them, they can dig their way out of it. Some of them, it might already be too late.
Oh, definitely. A lot of these guys are going to change their strategy based on, whether or not they had to burn that fast repair in the first 50, 56 laps. If you did, you're going to have to kind of you're not going to want to take as much risk. If you have that fast repair in the bank, maybe you're sitting here saying, well, I know these guys don't have a fast repair, so I can drive it a little bit harder, thinking that they will give up that spot and they will drive a little bit more cautiously. So interesting to see how this race plays out. We knew that this was going to be a huge factor in this race, but now it's come to fruition between tires and fast repairs. Resources are at a shortage for sure, something we know very much about. So we'll see how the end of this race plays out.
We have reached and passed the 50 lap mark. A little under 200 laps still remaining in this race. Once again, we want to appreciate you guys that are staying and watching this race. A whole lot of effort has gone into this race to try to see what we could do for a great cause. Toys for Tots is getting some benefit here from some great hearts, and we're going to keep talking about that all night long. Right now, the 13 of Elliot Longenecker, he has had a super strong car, as well as the 74 of Jamie Brialt. We also see the 14 of Donald Ray, the 21 of Davey Hauk. He was able to make his way a little bit through the field, Tommy, and now he enjoys a 4th place position. These drivers are going to try to stay up front and stay out of trouble.
I got an update from pit road. We look like we're still pacing, but we're going to do single file restarts from race control here.
Thank you, Warp. One of the guys that we're going to keep an eye on is that 88 of Tristan Bailey. Very fast qualifying run, showed a ton of speed in the heat race. Also showed a lot of speed in practice. he's got a great car, and expect him to make some aggressive moves.
The pace car is off the field, and these drivers are off to see what will happen next. The 13 doesn't get as good a jump as he has had in the past in this race. The 74 right on the bumper. The 14 of Donald Ray, the 21 of David Houck, and the 88 of Tristan Bailey. The 9 of Seth Wansing. He's up into 6th, but is fading to Ryan Billy. And so Ryan Billy enjoying his best spot of the night. He runs in the 6th place position. The 21 of David Houck, he starts to fall, now runs 5th behind the 88.
Ryan Billy, a guy we haven't spoke about much, a very fast driver in ARCS and around the iRacing community. Good to see him out here. Great scheme on that 23 car, one of my favorites. Having a good race so far. Not sure if he had to burn a fast repair. There's so much action going on. He may have been caught up in some stuff, but either way, driving in the top 5 position, coming from the back. He's doing a great job out there, DP.
Tom Sears, Lurkin Tom Gaming, getting all kinds of love in the chat. Tommy, I saw you say, who do you guys want to see? I can only show the 19 so many times. We appreciate all the support, and we know that Tom Sears appreciates that support. The 19, Tommy, he was able to stay out of that last caution. It was all around him. Fortunately for him, he was able to stay out of it. It looked like to me. Jeremy Searson, he's in the chat as well. He was watching the wrong race. Yeah, sometimes on YouTube it gets a little bit complicated, yeah, that's just kind of how that works. But he's here with us now. A whole lot of viewers to watch this race. It looks like the top 4 out to a really strong lead right now.
Top 4 single file, spaced in and out from the guys behind them. 4 guys who have been, pretty much at the front of the field, top half of the field all race. They're doing a great job. I think these guys are taking care of their cars. I know Donald Ray is a guy that's gonna, he wants to win. He wants to lead all the laps, but more importantly, he wants to be there at the end, and he's doing a great job of that right now. If you look back from about 6th on back, that's Seth Wansing in the 24 car on iRacing, but the 9 car on the screen. That's a Michelob Ultra inspired paint scheme. Ugly sweater Brad Keselowski scheme. Love it. Awesome job by him to get that car together. I think that's SKD creation. Shout out to SK and all he does with not only ARCS, but also all the paint schemes that he does for us.
Incredible racing that we're seeing so far. You can see that 9 car, 9 on the paint scheme, 24 according to SDK. That SDK and iRacing is having great fun tonight, and so the 9 car trying to lead that great group of drivers that is right behind him, double file. That's the battle right there for 5th position, looks like. Meantime, the top 4 have checked out, and that's kind of what happens, Tommy. These drivers, just like in restrictor plate racing, when you start to use the side draft, the only thing that you're doing is slowing each other down, and that's kind of what they're doing, and it's allowing these top 4 to kind of drive away.
Yeah, we'll go back to the top 4, but not much going on, kind of just riding here, taking their time, checking out from the rest of the field, putting a nice distance between themselves and 5th place. They are on the same tire strategy as 5th place. 6th place of the 023 car, that is the car with the freshest tires, maybe not in the field, but in your top 7 or 8. So keep that in mind. You got the 46 on the bottom. He's always, the car goes where it wants to go with him. So he's a very aggressive driver, a quick driver most of the time. Expect some aggressive moves from that 46 to Terry Freer.
Incredible racing that we're seeing so far, and like we said, that incredible racing that we're seeing is allowing these top 4 to kind of set in line and kind of try to drive away. Right now, the 88 of Tristan Bailey, he runs in the 4th place position. And he's starting to lose a little bit of ground, but sometimes you're just kind of trying to stay in the draft. It looks like the 13 of Elliot Longenecker and the 74 of Jeremy Briel, they've kind of tried to break away, and that's leaving the 14 of Donald Ray. And now the 88 of Tristan Bailey, who is starting to lose that pack a lot. And if he loses too much, that draft behind him is going to suck him up really quickly.
Yeah, the idiot does not want to lose that draft and fall back into the clutches of the second pack. As you can tell from what we've been watching, this second pack is aggressive. I mean, it's awesome for the viewers at home, but it just gives me anxiety just watching it. Luckily, we're up here and we're not down there, but that would be a tough time. You know, that 88 car, I said, it's a very fast car, but you know, maybe he doesn't have that long run speed that the 13, 74, and 14 does ahead of him. So as he's falling back without the draft, we'll see what happens with this backpack here.
Yeah, this pack going to catch him quickly, Tommy. They are single file, but it looks like that outside line back there, it's really starting to form up. That's bad news for the 9/24 of Seth Wansing. Not quite sure if he's having some server issues. Looks fine on the stream, but we know that the 9 car, we kind of talked to him a little bit pre-race. And he was saying that he was really concerned about what that lag was going to do to him, what the network was going to do to him, and really that was kind of one of his main concerns that he was going to have to deal with, was that he was going to have to deal with that lag. Right now, the 88 has lost all that ground, and it looks like he is now in a battle for that 4th place position.
Yeah, unfortunate break for the 44 of Joshua Garrison, one of our favorites in the chat. Looks like he kind of got loose there, was running around with a damaged car, and you know, wrecked again. Looks like he might be done for the race. But yeah, here we go. We got the 88 falling back into the clutches of this second pack here. Like I said, this kind of looks like Talladega. 88 a little bit loose there, 46 loose as well. You know, this is getting dicey. I would not want to be here. If I was in this pack, I'd probably just say, hey guys, have at it. I'm going to stay, you know, 6, 7, 8 car lengths back, just hang out, and let these guys go at it, because something's bound to happen here, DP.
Always does at Hot Atlanta, Tommy. You've got the 13 of Elliot Longenecker, who's in front of this race. Brio close behind. Sitting in 3rd is Texas Donald Ray. It's a Chevy Ford podium. Tristan Bailey rocking in 4th, just at the head of this backpack. But there is the mess behind them, Tommy. It's Bailey, Anderson, Freer at the top of this second pack, poking his head. Trevor Zelasky in that 23. All the way back to 7 Crawford in that 77 car. It only gets more wide and more spread out. This is where the drivers have gotten comfortable with their race cars, and now the Jingle Jam is in full swing.
Rick James, so glad to have you in the booth. What a breath of fresh air. This has been an incredible race, Rick. But right now, we're in this position. We had a few cautions early. The admins decided we were going to go single file. That's allowed these guys to spread out. But it looks like the top 4, they've really kind of broke away from this pack, and everybody else is kind of playing catch up.
Shout out to Brio in that 74, 7 Crawford in the 77. They're up 24 and 25 positions respectively. Kansas City's Seth Wansing rocking that number 9 car. He's up 16 places from where he started. Even drivers like Patrick Allen rocking back in the 30th position. Well, they were up 11 places and now take a big hit there. But there's action all over this racetrack, DP. Drivers have now settled into their own grooves. This is the run where drivers really need to learn who their car works best with. At the front of this race, you've got Donald Ray, who's sitting in that 3rd position. He's rocking by 0.2 of a second on the back end of Jeremy Brio. Further on back, it looks like Terry Freer might have just had an incident here. That's Lapeer, Michigan's Freer, who's going to the back. But we've got, there is the crash right there. Nick Pressey, slow on the front straight now. Jeff No had a piece of that one. Caution flies once again, and it's a huge accident at the back. You can see the 49... No, who is it? That's the 46 car of Terry Freer who went around. It looks like the 11 was also involved there. Austin Reedy, who was at the front earlier today. Nick Pressey and Jeff No got a piece of that one, Tommy.
Yeah, not sure exactly what happened at the end of that. It looked like the 94 car did not know where the 6 was going and locked him up and just got into the back of the 6. Tough break for him. But yeah, I mean, I said it right before you came in. Don't know if you really caught that, Rick, but we were watching this pack. I knew something was happening, and that 46 car, you know, he's a very aggressive driver. It looked like he kind of washed up the racetrack a little bit, and the 88 car with nowhere to go, along with a bunch of good cars in the field. Really unfortunate. Fortunate break for the 11 car as well. He was running up in the front for the majority of this race. But we got a caution here. A lot of guys coming down pit road.
Really enjoying this race so far. The 13 of Elliott Longenecker, he remains in the lead. The 74 of Jeremy Briault, he's in second. The 14 of Donald Ray, he is in fourth. That number 23 of Ryan Billy, we were able to talk to him earlier before the broadcast started. I asked him what he thought his chances of winning were. He said he thought they were pretty high if he could stay out of trouble. And he needed to make sure that he could get to the last pit stop. These drivers are coming down and taking some pit stops right now. Rick, we've kind of talked about this a little bit. The attrition on so many different levels. We talk about tires. We talk about if it goes green, that there could be a fuel issue. We talked about temperament. You know, can these drivers keep their cool long enough to make it around for 250 laps? There's just so many things that go into making your car be up front at the end of this thing.
Well, DP, we just passed the 1/4 mark of this race. We won't reach halfway for at least another 46 laps. This is a marathon in every sense of the word. Drivers that are already trying to make aggressive moves all over the racetrack, they're playing the wrong game. You've got to play the long game in this one. The Grinch Chevrolet of Elliott Longenecker knows this so far. He last pitted on lap 33. Now it's lap 79. So quick math will tell you that's 46 laps of no change on the tires, while some of these drivers recently coming in on lap 77. So now we're going to see who takes care of their cars best when one car has worse tires and one car has worse and better. Looking down in this running order, DP, you've got Mike York in that number 25 HendrickCars.com Chevy. He's sitting in 9th ahead of Massachusetts Tom Sears in 10th. The difference in tires between those two cars is 24 laps. And on the racetrack, that is the smallest difference between cars that just pitted and did not. That's going to make a big difference in this upcoming restart.
Well, boys, I am enjoying this race. I've been enjoying calling this race with you, Tommy, so far. Rick James, so glad to have you in the booth. I'm going to let you guys have it for here about a minute, 2 minutes. I'm going to take a quick drink and try to recover and recuperate. We're going to try to take a quick break here from the action. We've seen a ton of action so far. We're going to check out these words that we have from ARCS, and we will get the restart right after the break.
single file through these cars out of that second corner. It's Longenecker, Brio, Ray, your top three. Ford, Chevrolet. Then you've got Trevor Zelastny running in that fourth position, Tommy. Aaron Gerwitz starting to catch back up in fifth, but it's all calm at the front. It's sixth on back, Tommy, where you're going to see a lot of impatience.
Sixth of the 36 of Hank Haston in the 36 car. He's running in sixth position. Not a guy that we've talked about much, but a guy who's hung around the top 10. He's got a very clean car. Good job by him. We're 82 laps into this race. We have another 170 to go, something like that. My math isn't that great, but long way to go. These guys got to take care of their cars and continue to run a clean race.
Running three wide down the front straight right now, Tommy. You've got Tristan Bailey in the vacuum hole. He's to the outside of car 21. David Hauken, look at the 20 of John Honeybrink, the Crown Royal Camry, who slides in front of that 88 of Bailey. Honeybrink way loose out of two, but he saves it. Still on that high side. Now moving to the inside of car 77. That looks like the 8 of Bobby Anderson. Anderson to the inside now as 7 Crawford in that 77 goes too high, wide, and handsome. Speaking of handsome, it's Kansas City's Seth Wansing in that Michelob Ultra number 9. He's moved into position number 9, and he's now working on Anderson up ahead, Tommy. Tom Sears, Hank Caston side by side out of 2.
Some great racing here. 3 wide as we come off of turn 2. You know, Rick, I love it when these cars get loose coming out of turn 2. It's such a great shot looking down that backstretch. But, man, I am glad I'm not in this race. These cars are all over the place. These guys are doing an unbelievable job of not wrecking every single lap. I know I would have some issues with it. I can't even keep the car on the track sometimes. But this 88 car, suit looking really good coming back through the field after that last caution where he was kind of caught up in someone else's doing. Looks like he's back in the top 10 already for Tristan Bailey. So, hard charger. Keep an eye on this guy.
It's going to take patience, Tommy, above everything else. We're 85 laps into this 250 miler, and the patience from these drivers is going to keep us clean and green all the way to the end. But the question has to be asked, Tommy. Are the tires that are the drivers that did not pit earlier now regretting that decision? The top 4 consists of drivers that did not pit during that last cycle. Bobby Anderson in that 8 car, siding through the field now to the inside of Donald Ray, now working on Trevor Zelastny, and the caution is out. Patrick Allen in the back has gone around. Big crash in the back. Patrick Allen has had it. It looks like Nick Pressy's been involved. The 18 car of Levi McCarty got a piece of that one, and that's going to bring out caution number 8 in 87 laps at Atlanta.
The 19 car of Lurkin Tom Gaming, Tom Sears, he's also involved. Looks like it happened way before the 45 car. Oh, Lurkin just got loose, gets into the 23, 77 around. Nowhere for some of these cars to go. Unfortunate break for the majority of the field, and the 45 gets in it again at the end. 94 car comes in. Real tough break for some of these guys. Some guys may have already burned a faster pair, and at that rate, they're in trouble. But hopefully, the majority of these guys will be able to get back in the race, Rick.
I think Brooklyn, New York's Nick Pressey may be out of this race, just dropping off of the track like that. Not sure what happened to car 9-4, but the Sprite Cranberry Ford may be done and dusted. At the front, though, Tommy, it's been the hottest driver since the most recent restart. Bobby Anderson now leads Seth Wansing. Tristan Bailey is up to that 3rd position, but again, now we're going to have the have versus the have-nots. Everybody from 14th on back has just come down pit road for those fresh Goodyear Eagles. Tommy, you've got driving experience around here. Is 10 laps going to be the biggest difference maker for these drivers?
Well, it depends on how your car handles, right? Those top 3 cars that just pit, the 74, 13, and the 14, were all able to kind of check out there at the start of this race, at the start of this restart. And they had significantly older tires. So if you've got a good handling car and you're not abusing the tires, I don't think 10 laps is a huge difference. But if you were back in this pack, grinding it out every single lap, going 2, 3 wide, that's not good. It's kind of like mileage on a car. If you're on the highway and you're doing mileage, that's good mileage. And then there's city mileage. You don't want that. If you're really abusing the tires, that's going to show. But we're going to see here as the 8, the 9, and the the 8, the 9, and the 88, followed by the 83 of Gary Evers. They are all on the 77. The last time they've pit was lap 77. So they're all on the same strategy. We're going to see how this works out.
Really interested to see which one of these Christmas paint schemes survives. We've got Die Hard out here. We've got I know we've got Home Alone out here. Is that our own Ryan Pennell in that 12 car? That is. Look at this. The hometown driver from nearby Atlanta, Ryan Pennell, sitting in that number 12 car in 5th. Tommy, you and I both know that Ryan, he's just not very good. Is he even going to survive up here?
I don't know about that, but yeah.
No, obviously, all jokes aside, we want Ryan to do very well. He's picked up some damage in that Christmas Story paint scheme. One of the more interesting looking cars out here, Tommy. Which one do you like?
I love it. I love the Christmas Story one. I think it's awesome. One of my favorite Christmas movies. I also like the 88 car of Tristan Bailey. I'll try to grab that one. The Elf. Who doesn't like Elf, right? I mean, great. One of my favorite Will Ferrell movies. Probably my favorite of all time, or up there. There's so many. We got an ugly sweater in Seth Wansing and that 9 car. It's just some really good paint schemes. These guys came out with some really creative stuff and really delivered.
It is fun to see the creativity from our drivers, from the people that are involved, just to celebrate the holiday spirit, our favorite movies. And right now it's the Nightmare Before Christmas 8 car of Bob Anderson, who's going to lead us to green. Single file restart here. It's going to be Anderson, Wansing, Bailey, your top 3. Shout out Seth Wansing, who's up 29 places from where he started, and Gary Evers in that 83 car. He's up 28 places from where he started. Rounding out the top 10 is Elliot Longenecker in the number 13 Grinch Chevrolet. Aaron Gerwitz rounds out your top 15, and Michigan's Terry Freer sits in that 46 car, rounding out the top 20, Tommy. Drivers are still shuffling around for position, and it looks like we've had that green flag restart waved.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to go one more lap here. As we wait for one more lap, I want to give a shout out to Jonathan Holmbrink in that 20 car. Crown Royal sponsored car. You know, I originally thought, well, what does Crown Royal have to do with the holidays? But, you know, when you're around your family for the first time in about 10, 11 months, you know, you want to have that Crown Royal right by your side, right? You want to be able to deal with that stuff. So shout out to him. Having a pretty good race here. One of my favorite drivers in the field. Great guy. Also one of our veterans. So shout out to Jonathan and all he's done for our country.
Shout out to Crown Royal.
Shout out to Crown Royal.
If you're hearing this and you need an iRacing League to sponsor, ARCS is here for you, and this Jingle Jam is proof. You know what? Maybe we can have the Crown Royal Jingle Jam in 2022. Let's look forward to that.
How's that sound to you, DP?
Yeah, I'm ready for it. If Crown Royal wants to come on board, I am down to have them as a sponsor. Absolutely. This has been a
Crown Royal. If just if you guys aren't doing anything next holiday, you know what? Hit us up. We're on Twitter at ARCS_racing. And I don't know, you guys, but Crown Royal as what is Crown Royal, like a whiskey or something? I have no idea.
Whiskey.
What is it? Whiskey liqueur? Crown Royal as the official drink of the
Canadian
Championship
Canadian
Series.
whiskey.
Just rolls off the tongue.
Canadian whiskey it is, boys, but we are about to do it Atlanta, Georgia style. The 8 of Bobby Anderson is in the lead and at the point. The 9 of Seth Wansing, he was really concerned about his equipment going into this race, Rick, but the 9 up into second, and as long as that equipment can stay holding on, he's having a really good race so far.
DP, I don't think it's the equipment. I think it's going to be the patience from these drivers looking at who pitted and who didn't. Everybody except the top 8 drivers came down for fresh rubber. I was just asking Tommy as they go 2 and almost 3 wide for first place out of 4, is 10 laps going to make the biggest difference? We're about to find out. Mike York sits in 7th with tires that are approximately 12 laps old. Then he's got Honeyburn behind him, but look at the stack up behind him, VP. It's starting to get dangerous again.
Still 26 drivers on the lead lap, Tommy. Looks like we've got around 32 drivers still.
Nope, save it. Glove save. Glove save. Trevor Zelazny in the 23 car got sideways at a 45-degree angle. Zelazny saved it. My apologies for interrupting you so rudely. DP, you were talking to Tommy. But Michael York goes purple. 30.68 for the night. Fastest lap of the evening. Lap 94. Michael York.
If you don't think that these drivers want it, you got another thing coming. These guys doing everything that they can. Right now, the 8 of Bobby Anderson, he is doing the best. The 88 running second, the 9 of Seth Wansing, he is in third. The 12 of Ryan Pinnell, he's running fourth. I bet he is having a ball, Tommy.
From a guy who just wanted to make the race to run in the top 5 at closing on lap 100, he's got to be super happy with how this race is going for him. Looks like he's got a little bit of a blink there. Hopefully that's not too bad. He's back. I mean, next to the other blinker 9 car, he gets into him a little bit, shoves him up the racetrack. He's going to lose a couple positions there, but still a great run for that 12 car. EP.
These drivers doing everything that they can just to keep the car together. The 12 of Ryan, you saw his mishap, and sometimes that happens. You know, one of the things that reminds you all the time that this is not in real life racing is that blinking effect. And sometimes when you're that guy, when you're Seth and you're riding behind the 12 and the 12 just disappears, Rick, it kind of comes this thing where you don't know where he's at, and they're the 9. He disappears. These drivers just trying to keep it together in the middle of this race.
Not only does it become a bit hair-raising, but it becomes dangerous for everybody else. Drivers then have to guess. Donald Ray with a 30.62 just went purple, and the Texan has the fastest lap at Hotlanta. Sits in 10th right now, just a few hundredths behind John Holliday. At the back of this pack, extending from about 6th on Bobby Anderson trying to pull away from Tristan Bailey, but the 88 Toys for Tots Chevrolet with Michael York in tow brings Jeremy Brio in that Die Hard 2 Dodge. 98 laps underway at Hotlanta and quickly approaching 100. Tommy, here comes the 25 of Michael York. He's got the inside line, but can he make it stick?
Michael York in that beautiful 25 car, one of my favorite cars growing up. That kind of forgotten about Hendrick car. Love that car. But, you know, he was in a little bit of an incident earlier, maybe around lap 40, 50. Has recovered, done a great job recovering here, now being shown in the 4th position. Obviously, as could tell by the lap times, one of the fastest cars on the track. Looks like maybe he was saving a little bit earlier on in this race and looks to be there at the end, DP.
Still a whole lot of stuff going on in the chat. Shout out to all of you that are doing your part to make this ARCS Jingle Jam go great. Brian Messer in the YouTube chat said, I couldn't make the race. Kind of sucks. He said, practice run yesterday. I was quick enough. Brian Messer, that's unfortunate, buddy, but we appreciate you coming here. Volsfan88, he's in the chat as well. More Than a Cape, he is there as well. We want to appreciate you guys and all that you do. Our pit road reporter, Warp Lotus, buddy, you have been busy in the chat as well, also monitoring those cross comms there in iRacing.
Yeah, definitely some hot heads, some calm fears, hot tires. That's the definite word across the chat. So it'll be interesting to see if everybody can keep it together, especially if we get a really long run. It's about 40 laps per pit cycle, so it'll be interesting to see if they'll go all the way without causing a wreck. Back to you, the booth.
Rick, the 8 starts to fade. That's going to make room for the 74 of Jeremy Briault, the 13 of Elliot Longenecker, and that 23, and they're a little bit spread out in the front. They're just near the front, though. Those guys are having all kinds of issues.
DP, I'll give you one thing in common with that top 5. They all pitted on lap 87. 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. All pitted on lap 77. Bailey way loose out of turn number 2, trying to hold on to it. The lap previous, it was Michael York who had the same fate. Bailey slowing to a crawl on the inside of the backstretch, now not moving. That was a one-car incident, and I don't know if Bailey is trying to trigger a caution. He jumps immediately to pit road. Brio to the inside with Ryan Billy to his outside, now 2 by 2, 2 rows deep. Lap 103, fighting for the lead with Texan Donald Ray in tow. On Brio, on Billy, on Longenecker and Zelazny, all fighting for the lead. Loose out of 2, and it's a drag race for first into 3.
Tommy, the 23 of Jeremy Briel and the 023, I'm sorry, the 23 of Ryan Billy and the 023, they were able to use the outside line. Tommy, we talked about it earlier on in the race. Sometimes when you can get the right run, that outside could be a just detrimental to the guy who's in the lead.
Oh yeah, I mean these guys are running some really quick times. 23 really loose there coming out of 2. 12 car behind, a little bit further back getting loose. These guys are really holding on to these cars. Like Rick said, I think you're right. I think Rick was right that these 10 laps are making a huge difference on these tires. 23 car checking out over Jeremy Briel, about a half second now. Donald Ray coming in 3rd. These are 2 guys that, along with the 13 of Elliott Longnecker, 3 guys that have been up there the whole race. We got some newcomers in the 23 and the 023, but these 5 cars are obviously some of the fastest in the field, DP.
Trevor Zelazny, we saw him with the really good run with the 23 of Ryan Beal. They made the race all the way up to the front. He's faded a little bit, Rick James, but he still finds himself in the top 5. And when you have these cars single file, you can't be too much upset with that mistake because you've kept with the leaders, and they continue to try to pull away from the rest of this field.
Well, the first 200 laps of this is going to be a waiting game. The final 25 laps from there will be a free-for-all. But it's in those, from lap 200 to 225, where you're going to see drivers be incredibly careful. They're getting the aggression out now, and they're going to need to make sure that they know what tires work where. This needs to be a lesson for everybody who did not come down during that last stop. Tires mean everything, and the conservation of those tires could be crucial to winning this race. Drivers only have 5 maximum tire changes and 1 fast repair in this race. Preservation, and whoever can wait to unwrap their Christmas present until the morning of the 25th is going to win this race.
The top 5 break away. Closest to them, the number 9 of Seth Dub 9. That's what we love to call him, Tommy. Seth Wansing driving that number 9 Chevy. Right behind him, Gary Evers. He's enjoying his highest position of the night. One of our good friends, Jingle, he didn't have a lot of practice going into this race. Was really concerned about how the race would play out for him. Right now, as the cars start to spread out and we start to get these green flag runs, he's looking really, really good.
Yeah, great job by our friend Jeep, as we like to call him, Gary Evers. He's done an awesome job keeping that nose clean. Always been an underrated driver in ARCS. Doesn't really have the wins to show how good he is. So shout out to him. Thanks for coming out, bud. Good to see you. The 9 car of Seth Wansing also up there we talked about. Behind him, Bobby Anderson in the 8. Also followed him by Aaron Gurwitz in the 11. I'm sorry. That's the 9 car behind. Got ahead of the 8. I was trying to get the 11 car, but I don't see him. He must be a lap down. Yes, Austin Reedy a lap down. He's in 27th position. He was involved in that last melee there. Unfortunate break for him, but that car does look good. If he can get a break and get back on the lead lap, expect him to be, a competitor for a top 5 or top 10 by the time this race is over.
Austin Reedy in that number 11 car led a bunch of laps at the beginning of this race, falling behind just a little bit, Rick, and that kind of comes along with what we talked about, temperament. You know, when you're a guy like that who's led some laps, you know you have a car that can be fast, but you're pulled down by the fact, you know, you're a lap down. You had that issue. You have to get back on the lead lap so you can see what that car has to do. You've got to be able to manage that car, but you also have to be able to manage those emotions. Still, uh, over 130 laps to go in this race, and so you're going to have to be on the same page with what your car can do.
The management seems to be with the drivers that are further back through this field, and there's a wreck at a turn number 2, smoke flying everywhere. Cody Riggs has gone around. There goes Riggs, and now he's trying to get his car moving back in the right direction. The number 83 of Cody Riggs. Low in the inside of turn number 3, but he gets his car still moving. Ryan Billy still your leader with Jeremy Brio right behind him. Donald Ray closely falling 4/10 behind as they overtake the slow number 45 of Patrick Allen to the inside line. Further on back, Bob Anderson, Aaron Gerwitz, they're only a couple of tenths behind, but all of these drivers practicing single file drafting. Then you look to the 05 of Corey Rutherford. He's only 2 tenths behind John Honeybrink. These drivers need to get more into that single file and share the draft rather than fight for it. At the front, Tommy, Jeremy Brio sits right to the inside of Ryan Billy.
Jeremy Brio trying to make a move on that 23 car of Ryan Billy. Looks like he was able to catch up as we were kind of scrolling through the field. We left off with that 23 car looking like he was going to check out from the field. The 74 car, that beautiful Dodge Charger, was able to reel him in and is now, he's looking to make the move on that 23 car, DP.
Yeah, the 23 and the 74, they are trying to not only race each other, but you got to watch out for that 14 of Donald Ray and that driver behind him. Rick, when you're out front and you're doing what you're doing, we're starting to see the laps kind of go by. The green flag laps are more and more. And me and Tommy, we were calling a race a couple days ago, and we talked about that. The more that the green flag flies, the more likely it will fly. Or will continue to fly. If the caution comes out, you know, cautions breed cautions, and then we end up with what we kind of had 25 laps ago. But now they're starting to spread out. You're up front. If you're the driver, Rick, do you want to try to make that pass and get double file, or do you want to try to move away from the rest of the field?
DP, I'm one of those guys that I like to save my stuff until the very end, but of course it's much easier said than done. Looking all the way back to Massachusetts, Tom Sears in that 19 car. He's now working on the outside of Canadian Brent Puncari in that 35. Those two fighting for the 16th position. Further up in the 10th, 11th, 12th spot, you've got David Haupt, John Holliday, Hank Kasten, all within a tenth of each other, and the leaders are in that same boat. So drivers being much more aggressive than what I would expect if it were me. Those Goodyear feel-goods are going to make the difference at the end of this race. And I know it's not even halfway, but we will be talking about tires all night long, as is the Christmas tradition. Trevor Zelastny in 4th, Elliot Longenecker in 5th, DP, David Haupt rounding out your top 10.
Lap 118, Ryan Billy will cross the line, and he's going to go to lap 119. Tommy, it is time. We had a challenge from Dustin Painter and his wife, MK Min, going to give $25, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, to the leader at the halfway point. We're looking at about a little bit under 6 laps remaining to that halfway point. Best chance to get that is going to be Ryan Beal and Jeremy Briault in that 74.
Yes, just like we had the front row challenge where the pole sitter, who was Brett Puncari, who is in, just an update on him, he's in the 16th position, kind of biding his time, the only Canadian in this field. If he can get back to the top 4 by the end of this race, he will receive $25, courtesy of the Painters and MK Men. The other bonus will be for lap 125, which is coming up shortly. The leader at that point will receive another $25 courtesy of MK Men and the Painters.
It's almost time, Rick James. We're going to get to call that winner of that $25. This has been an incredible race. All kinds of stuff on the line, not to mention Toys for Tots. Toys for Tots is the main goal. We are going to have the link up in the chat one more time. It's also in the description. So underneath this, if you look down, you're going to see the description of the channel, and we're going to have the link for Toys for Tots. Rick, this has been an exciting race, so much fun. Right now, Jeremy Briault trying to win that $25 at the halfway point, just about 4 laps to go.
Less than 4 laps till that halfway mark. Longenecker in the 13. He's wrestling with Zelazny for the 4th position. Further on back, shout out to Ryan Pinnell, who's been trying to make his way through. Right now, he's drafting with John Holliday, running 13th and 12th, respectively. Even further on back, you look to 19th place, you've got drivers like the 34 of Jordan McGraw in that Shake and Bake Chevrolet. Behind the 5 of Corey Rutherford, it seems like we've gotten back to single file fashion DP. 2.5 laps until that halfway mark. Bobby Anderson in 8th, who was leading for quite a while, starting to make his way back through this field. Car number 8 in position number 8.
Warp Lotus, our pit road reporter. Warp Pit Road has been exciting, to say nonetheless. All these drivers that have been having issues, early accidents, and drivers just trying to do what they can. It's been super exciting down there.
Yeah, I mean, it's been good racing on the track, and then from cross chat, a lot of tempers flaring, but it seems everybody's keeping it all in order. Nothing really major to report down here in Pit Road. Back to you in the booth.
The 74 of Jeremy Briault, he is trying his best to get around the 23 of Ryan Beal. Tommy, the 23 takes the outside that run, just trying to do what he can. 1 lap to go for him to win this prize.
Yeah, the leader at the end of this lap will win that prize. Jeremy Briault trying to do his best there. 23 car keeping the momentum on the high side, looking to make it. Looks like he'll cruise into turn 3. Not really much of a fight from the 74 car. He looks low, but it's not going to stick. 74 kind of washes up. 74 car on the wall, going for it there. Unfortunately, not going to make it, DP. 23 car will be your MK halfway leader.
And Rick, would you look at that? You don't know if the driver, when he's right in the middle of what he's trying to do, remembers that that's what he's racing for. But you see the 74 up into the wall in 4. You saw the 14 of Donald Ray. He followed him right in there. Those drivers knew. And the 74 of Jeremy Briault really wanted that, came up a little bit shy.
Ryan Billy is your Mary Kay men's halfway leader with Briault in that 2nd position. You saw Jeremy really hanging the tail out, and thankfully the wall was there to catch him. Otherwise, he was going to say yippee-ki-yay to that inside grass, but he keeps it pushing in that 2nd position. Our Mary Kay driver, Dustin Painter, running being scored in the 34th position. Not the race that Painter wanted. The North Carolinian, however, will continue to press on. Further through this field, DP, talking about Matt Kent in that number 31 Pepsi machine. He's up 15 places, now 16 places. He gets around Brent Puncari for 14.
And now because of those issues, because of the 74 trying to get that, he's lost a ton of time now to the 23 of Ryan Beal. You can see the gap between those drivers. And now the 23 hard into the wall. Want to catch up with him, and he has let the 74 and the 14 all the way back up with a huge run. The 74 looks underneath, takes underneath. 74 new leader. Tommy, a 14 car trying to get around him as well.
Huge developments up here at the front of the field. That 23 car, if I remember correctly, was involved in one of the big wrecks, so he has used up his fast repair almost for certain. So the fact that he's getting into the wall there, that's damage that he's not going to be able to use a fast repair to repair and come back, just like Jeremy got into the wall. Not sure if Jeremy has a fast repair, but these are two of the top top maybe 5 or 6 cars that have been leading this entire race, and huge developments here, DP.
The 77 running in the 26th position. He is going to be the first driver that the 74 is going to try to get around to put a lap down. This is going to mark the start, maybe the first time, Rick, that these drivers have had to maneuver around lap traffic. We continue green, and it looks like the 77 is kind of trying to keep pace, trying to stay outside. It looks like he's going to be willing to give the leaders room, but as the 74 and the 23, the 14 start to lap drivers, those cars are going to get faster and faster, and that's going to get really interesting.
7 Crawford in that number 77 Pepsi Ford ahead of leader Jeremy Brio. He can't hang around for too long, and he doesn't. Crawford to the outside lets the leader go by like a gentleman. Ryan Billy sitting in the 2nd position still. Donald Ray tracking back in that 3rd spot. Further back to 8th, we're looking at the 9 of Aaron Gerwitz. He's wrestling with the 83 of Gary Evers. 132 laps underway of the scheduled 250. Rounding out that top 10 is still Nashville, Tennessee's David Houck. Matt Kent in 15th. Our fastest lap so far still remains that 3062, 30 seconds and 62 tenths by Donald Ray. But what will it amount to for the Texas driver, Tommy? He sits behind Billy, and he's had such a fast car, but it looks like he is in conservation mode.
Yeah, I think a lot of these guys are in conservation mode right now, just trying to take care of their stuff. This is the longest green flag run of the race by far. I think we might see green flag pit stops at some point here. I don't know how long you can actually go on fuel, but these guys, their tires have to be wearing out. You see the 54 get super loose coming off of turn 2, DP.
Tommy, actions are flying on the racetrack, and we're seeing a lot of great racing. The fans in the chat are staying active, but we want to remind you, we're out here to have some fun, and this is for competition, and it's about these drivers on the track. So let's stay respectful. Let's keep things how they're supposed to be. Right now, we're seeing some great racing, and Toys for Tots is benefiting greatly from all that these drivers are laying out on the track. It's so good to see what's going on the track, and we continue to stay green flag, Rick James. And the more that the caution stays off of the track, the more that these drivers got to think about what they're going to do with tires and what they're going to do with fuel.
Drivers are going to continue to fight on this racetrack, but they've got to be careful with how they do it. Now that Brio's in the lead, DP, he's no longer receiving the benefit from Ryan Billy of being in that clean air. Billy on the high side now with Tom Sears to his inside in the 1-8 car, possibly opening the door for Texas Donald Ray in that 3rd spot. Longenecker, however, is creeping back up. Here's a driver who we haven't seen in the top 3 as often as you'd imagine, and perhaps Longenecker has more life in those good years. Shout out to Bobby Anderson. Shout out to Gary Evers and Seth Wansing, all last pitting on lap 77. Here are 3 drivers who seem to have the right idea about tire conservation, because there's no other drivers that have pitted on the same lap as they have within miles, DP. So, and I hate to keep going on and on about tires, but it's like an advent calendar with good years. It's just going to keep coming, and it's going to make that difference. Fight for second between Ryan Billy and Donald Ray.
Yeah, and it could be a fight for second here, and it could have been, but it looks like the 14 maybe got a little bit tight. The 13 of Elliot Longenecker, now he looks to pounce, and that could have been a big benefit there, Tommy, for the 23 if he could have got that draft help to get back up to the 74. Now the 23 going to have to catch back up on his own. Over halfway in this race, we're looking at lap 139 coming up. You guys, when we would do 200 laps or 300 laps, I could do the math on that easily. I get a little tongue twisted when you start making math hard for me.
That's 325 miles in total, DP.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
No problem. Dude, I'm not good at math, so between the two of us and Tommy's excellent mathematics skills, we should be able to average a C+ on a math test. I think the pit stop cycles have started here. It looks like John Holiday may have recently come down. I know Gary Evers is in his pits. Looking at the last time these drivers pitted, DP and Tommy, it's been at least 52 laps. How much longer, Tommy, are these Goodyears going to survive?
Not much longer, I would think. I'm expecting to see, we've already saw, like you said, Gary Evers and a couple other guys come down pit road. That's part of the guys who pitted last on lap 77. Expect to see them hit pit road before the leaders of Jeremy, Ryan Billy, Donald Ray, and Elliot Longnecker, as well as Aaron Gurwitz, who all came down on lap 87. A couple other guys, David Hauk, Hank Haskin. These are guys that came down on lap 87. They can go a little bit longer, stretch those tires, and not have to come down pit road. But do you want to short pit a little bit? Maybe gain some time on the guys ahead of you. We'll see. We'll see how this works out.
Going to be very interesting indeed to see how it works out. Want to give an update on the number 35, Brett Punkary, the pole sitter of this race, took the MK Men's Challenge and went all the way to the back, Rick, of this 40-car field. He has made his way back up to the 14th position. It looks like there are some drivers that are passing him. It looks like the number 33, the 83 of Gary Evers in the 26th position. You can see it's looking, Rick James, like maybe the 83 of Gary, it looks like he may have taken 4 tires when he went down pit road, and you can see the difference in speed right now.
Evers is on a mission, DP. Right now, he's being scored in that 26th position, a couple of laps off the pace. But this is what Evers has to do. Get the tire up to temperature, go like a bat out of a cave, and then just start taking positions back. 3 more drivers come down pit road, and Bobby Anderson, Aaron Gurwitz, and Seth Wansing add Georgia's Ryan Pinnell to the mix. Tommy, your prediction came through. The rest of the drivers who pitted on lap 77 in. Here comes John Honeybrink in that 20 car. He's sitting 17th. He's also got to come in. So many drivers now kicking off this cycle of pit stops, a green flag cycle of pit stops, and to put a little drama into the air, if a yellow comes out now, you can turn this race on its head.
Yeah, if a yellow comes out now, we're going to be in trouble. I don't know how we're going to figure out who gets what, but 83 car looks like is super loose there. Not sure exactly who that was, but these guys are really wheeling the heck out of these cars, doing a great job to keep it clean and keep it green flag racing. I didn't expect to see a green flag pit stop there after that first, the first about 70 laps of this race being mired in caution flags, but these guys have got it together. They have really figured out these cars and made the appropriate adjustments to keep these cars on the track, DP.
So, the 74, of Jeremy Priol, he continues to lead this race, but he is all up in the middle of lap traffic. Him and the 14 safely down pit road. The 74 skids his tires a little bit. No need for those. He's definitely going to change him. Looks like the 13 of Elliot Longenecker. He is also down pit road. And so definitely in the middle of pit stops for the green flag run of pit stops. And it's going to be important, Rick, that these guys keep it together. We know that coming down and getting off of pit road can be the meaning of the end or the beginning of a great race for you.
And Caston becomes new leader in car 36, but now Brent Punkary in that 35 car sits in second. Punkary last pitted on lap 90 DP, so if the trend is to be followed, we should expect Brett to come around sometime right about 10 to 15 laps from now. He still sits in second, though Hank Caston is revolving around this racetrack at an incredibly slow rate. But again, anything can happen, and I love the gamble by Caston. Matt Kent moves into third. Jason Maines sits in the fourth position right now. Massachusetts, Tom Sears sits in fifth. Rutherford, Zelazny, McCarty, 6th, 7th, 8th. And then the rest of the cycle comes back to where we expect it to. Ryan Billy in 9th, Donald Ray in 10th. We're slowly approaching the big 100 laps to go.
Ryan Billy able to come out ahead of the 14 and 74 car, doing precisely what I not suggested but thought about. You know, pitting a little bit early, was able to kind of gap those guys who stayed out, running about 1 to 2 seconds faster a lap. He's got about a 2-second lead on Jeremy and a 1.5-second lead on Donald Ray. Surprised to see that Donald Ray and Jeremy were both able to get through pit road as cleanly as they did. They were really carrying a high rate of speed as they came into the commitment line. Both of them actually locked up the tires, so kudos to them and good brake that they were able to get it down in time and lock it down, get 4 fresh good years, and get back on the racetrack without a penalty, DP.
Tommy, this is getting really intense. There is 9 drivers right now on the lead lap. Now 10 drivers on the lead lap. It looks like some drivers trying to do whatever they can. You see Jeremy Briot in the 74. He is going to unlap himself. And this is insane. You see these drivers racing all over each other for all different types of positions. And this is what we was hoping for, Rick. This is what the green flag runs can give you. All these drivers doing what they can and making the moves that they think is best. Right now, it looks like about 6 or 7 of these drivers staying out. Hank Caston, the leader, comes down pit road now.
Brent Pancari entering turn number 3 with Matt Kent behind him. Kent's up 27 positions from where he started. Pancari stays out and he will reassume the lead in position number 1. Zelazny's crashed. Trevor Zelazny in that 023 crashed on the back straight, getting back down to the apron, and it looks like a one-car incident. There's the yellow right there, right at the end of pit stop cycles. Pancari does not pit. Brett Pancari, Jason Maines, Corey Rutherford did not pit on that green flag cycle. Yellow flag is out on lap 151, and with 100 laps to go, the lone Canadian in tonight's field, Brett Pancari, holds the lead in the Toys for Tot Challenge. And I'm just noticing this. If you look at the decals on the front of his car, he's driving a Peugeot. How about that?
Unbelievable. What a turn of events. Huge complications to this race. I wouldn't have thought that he would be able to do that. He went all the way to the back of the field, was biding his time, just taking care of his stuff, not getting involved in anybody else's issues, was able to come all the way back through the field and time that perfectly. I'm sure he was coming to pit road the next 3 to 4, maybe 5 laps, but luckily for him, the caution came out when it did, and now we only have 14 cars on the lead lap. Maybe we get a couple cars with the wave around, but I don't foresee that happening. 34, your leader, coming down pit road, DP.
98 laps remaining, and this is what the drivers didn't want to see, but that we were thinking and hoping that maybe we might see. This is the type of racing that gives you goosebumps. A lot of these drivers that stayed out, they are obviously, Rick, they're coming down pit road. But that changes everything for these drivers because, like Brett, he's going to be up front, and whether he comes out first, second, third, he's going to completely change how this race worked out from him. And being the pole sitter, we know that he's fast, Rick. So this is going to be really, really cool. This is what the ARCS Jingle Jam is all about. Absolutely incredible. We're going to have about 96 when we go back green.
It's part of what makes the racing so special is not just the fact that we have these drivers really fighting for this great cause, but they're providing such good entertainment in the name of this great cause. I mean, it's one thing to say, donate to Toys for Tots. It's a worthwhile cause. Of course, we know it's a worthwhile cause. But how about some racing to go with it, too, and a little bit of drama sprinkled on top of this holiday NASCAR cake? With less than 100 to go, Donald Ray scored as the leader. Brio sits in the second position in his Die Hard 2 Dodge. Ryan Ryan Billy sits in third, but now we're going to have a bit more of a shakeup. More drivers coming down pit road. We have drivers like Davey Hauk, Terry Freer, Hank Kasten, all in the top 10 who we haven't seen perform yet. There's still a lot of spice left in this Jingle Jam eggnog.
Couple things to note here. Sorry about to cut you off, DP, but a lot of guys were able to kind of stay ahead of Donald Ray in the 14 car once the pit stop cycled through. So we're going to have a lot more cars on the lead lap than originally anticipated because many of these guys ahead of the 14 car of Donald Ray, 1, 2, 3, 4, all these guys are going to be able to be waved around the pace car and rejoin the back of the field. Now, they won't have the freshest tires, but at least they'll be able to make that lap back, DP.
Tommy, we are going to take a quick break for ourselves, a quick break for the fans. We're going to let this field get all the way settled out. When we come back, we're going to have the green flag. Less than 100 laps to go. I can't wait to see you guys on the other side.
And we are back here just in time to go green. 14 car, single file, leading the 74 and the 23 of Ryan Billy. Aaron Gurwitz in the 9 car and Seth Wansing in the 9 car. 09 and 9 car, respectively, rounding out our top 5 for James.
Good start for the top 2, Donald Ray and Jeremy Brio. Breaking out to a little bit of an advantage. Ryan Billy on the outside now. He's got Seth Wansing peeping to the inside in that 9. Shout out to Hank Kasten, who's fighting to the inside of Terry Freer in that 4-6. And then you've got Jason Maines, who's watching in the distance. Brent Punkari into the number 35. Peugeot looking to the inside of Jason Maines in that number 2 car. Starting to get dicey in this top 10. Tommy Seth Wansing has Billy behind him, and it's almost an accordion effect. When one driver checks up, the driver behind has to check up, and so on. It's getting spicy.
Most definitely. These drivers are very aware that we're past the halfway mark, and it's getting close to go time. You know, you don't want to be too far back as we get to these last, I'd say 30, 40, 50 laps. You might get to a point where you're too far back to make that time out, no matter how good your car is. You want to make sure you got a good pit strategy coming into these last 90 laps, and you got a clean car with a lot of clean racetrack in front of you.
Side-by-sides all over the place. Seth Watson getting turned around on the front stretch. Pirouettes down that front straightaway, and I saw this coming a lap ago, Tommy. They were getting tight at the front. Seth Watson back into traffic. Everybody misses him miraculously. The Kansas City native still trying to get it moving under his own power, and he finally jumps to pit road. No, he doesn't. He's still moving there in the grass. but a big wreck, and this started coming out of turn number 2, Tommy. The 9 was just getting stacked up. Ryan Billy did some brilliant side drafting to his outside, and Billy, it looks like, had gotten around that 9 car out of turn number 4, and I mentioned the accordion, Tommy. If you go back to the moment of the crash, you'll see that the top 4 just started to shrink together, and Seth Wanting happened to be in the space that got too small to hold a race car.
Yeah, tough break for those cars, but something that we've talked about earlier on in this race, blinking. Blinking is an issue. I saw the 9 car blink there at that precise time. I don't know if the same thing, the 23 car saw what I saw, but at that precise time, he kind of wound up underneath the 9 almost, and the 9 went for a wild ride. It was really unfortunate break for him. I don't think there was any intention there of the 23 car wrecking the 9, but that's kind of what happens. I mean, we have guys racing that close together, and one small blimp I should say, can create such a big wreck like we saw there, DP.
Inside the final 90 or so laps at Atlanta, Donald Ray, Jeremy Brio, and Ryan Billy, your top 3. Terry, who do you got now? Is it too early to call, though? There's still so much race left.
Yeah, I still don't know. I think we're really tight, and these guys up front who are still up front. You look at Donald Ray, Ryan Billy, Jeremy Brio, Aaron Gerwitz has run an incredible race. We're only down to about 14 drivers on the lead lap. It looks like the big winner, though, guys, is going to be Elliot Longenecker. He's going to be the lucky dog. He's going to be back on the lead lap. But the lucky dog, Rick, he's going to have to start at the very back. So the 13 pit stops, and you know how that stuff tends to work out. He's going to have a long way back, but we know that car is fast.
Still so much to go, DP. We got to wait for these last 50 laps here. Once we get to that 200 lap mark, I expect you're going to see drivers strategizing. It's going to be that calm before the storm. When we hit 30 to go, I think it's going to end up like highway traffic on 95 South, man. These guys are going to be nose to tail, and just the slight hiccup could send 6 to 7 cars careening out of this race. The Jingle Jam is going to be jolly for some, and it's going to be very regretful for others.
Regretful indeed. This is going to be one of those things, man, where you're just going to have to see how it works out. We've talked all week about this Jingle Jam. It's been plastered all over Facebook, all over Twitch, and all of our other socials. Not to mention, we talked about it on the podcast. We did the pre-race, and every time we talk to people about this race, we kind of talk about the money spot. Where do you want to be? And when you're in the lead, we've seen these guys get incredible runs, Tommy. We've seen them be able to get on the outside, on the inside of the leader, take the lead. But we also know that if you can be out front, you don't have to deal with the madness that's all behind you. Where is the money spot? And I think that we're going to answer that question very soon.
You want to be in P1 or P2, definitely. Obviously, we saw in that restart that P4 and P5 was not the safest place. You got to also be around guys that you trust, right? The 74, the 14, the 23, those are all guys that we know are good racers. They're not going to, get loose and drive into your door. Well, most likely, but anything could happen. But, you want to be in this top group here, but you want to get a good restart where you can get ahead of the Hornet's Nest behind you. Now, before we go any further, I just want to give a shout out. I want to give a shout out to Mike's Paint and Design. They just donated $75 to the donation. Shout out to you guys. Thank you for supporting us, and thank you for supporting all the kids for the holidays.
Yeah, this is ARCS Jingle Jam here from Atlanta. Less than 100 to go, Tommy. We're looking about 85 remaining in this race. The cars are going single file for this restart. Brett Punkary, he's up to the 9th position. Ryan Briel has already won some money tonight, and so has Brett Punkary. Will these drivers be able to complete? The green flag is out, Tommy. Donald Ray at the point.
Donald Ray and this 14 to 74 checking out on that 23. I wonder if the 23 got some damage from that accident with Seth Wansing in the 9 car. We will see as this run goes on. Aaron Gurwitz, a guy that has been hanging around the top 10, you know, not really in the top 5, but hanging around the top 10, now in the 3rd position, looking strong here. The 36 of Hank Caston also looking strong. He led a handful of laps, I should say, there on that pit cycle. These guys are really rising to the top as this race comes to the last 100 miles or so, DP. Still too wide here for 4th place. 36 car trying to get by that 23. 2 trying to make it 3 wide there, going into 1. He will. We got 3 wide action, followed by 2 wide. Big hornet's nest here. Got to be careful of these guys. Oh, 36 car getting knocked down to the bottom of the track. Looks like he was able to save a great job by him.
Back in the racing surface, Tommy. Oh my God, what is he thinking?
Unbelievable, good save. Take it away, Rick.
Oh, still 3 wide at a turn number 4 with Hank Caston. John Honeybrink went purple before that with a 30.59. Caston now wrecking again into turn number 1. Back into traffic with cars flying behind him. Bouncing off of that wall, now rolling back down onto the racetrack. Motionless in turn number 1, right up against that wall. Still no caution. We stay green with just the 1 incident. Hank Caston again crashing. Here come the leaders at a turn number 4. Jeremy Briel with Gurwitz behind him. Donald Ray on that outside line. And look at this, that red sleigh leading that 2x2 procession behind him. But they're quickly catching up to Caston, and it's a drag race for first out of turn number 2.
Good job by Caston to kind of get to the bottom there and get out of the way. DP, you could take it from here, bud.
Yeah, I was going to say, and now that we race, Jerry Briel on the outside, these guys are doing everything they can to make it work. He's able to get the side draft, and this outside line is going to soar again, Tommy.
Out of that second corner, DP, it looks like the 74 of Brio has an advantage. Here comes Donald Ray helping into turn 3.
Yeah, these guys are fighting for everything. The 14 on the outside. The 23 of Ryan Beal. He's led some laps tonight. He's on the outside as well. These drivers 2x2. That's got to be good news for the 74, but the 14 able to break away from the side draft. Now he's going to enjoy a run.
Donald Ray on that outside line. Tommy, he's got Gurwitz to his inside while Brio starts to run away. We're getting back to that accordion effect, Tommy, and it looks like the 23 could be in the middle of this dangerous sandwich.
This is some awesome racing. 23 car proving me wrong. Doesn't look like he has any substantial damage to that car. If he does, he's doing a great job of hiding it because he's running some awesome laps. 14 car, 74 car leading this race. We have a really good finish coming up here. 80 laps to go.
Jason Domains on the bottom, the only person trying to help that number 19 of, looks like, not quite sure who that driver is, Tommy. I'm trying to find out the paint scheme and having such a hard time, but he's falling back through the pack. A single file line running on the outside right there at the start finish line. The 14 of Donald Ray, the 23 of Ryan Beal. They continue to follow the 74 of Jeremy Briel.
Bobby Anderson in that 8 car in 4th place, in 3 wide going into turn 3 here. 2 car. That's the 2 car of Jason Maines. On the bottom there, A-car gets loose, able to save it. Still loose. 35 car, oh no, wrong place, wrong time for the 35. Caution is out as he slides back into the line of traffic. 12 car of, oh man, I mean the 12 car's got to change his pants after that one. That was a real close one for Ryan Pinnell. See if we can get a replay there of what happened. Oh, 12 car did get into the wall there, trying to avoid the spinning 8 car. Really tough break for him. Was having a good run. Also, the 8 car of Bobby Anderson was in the top 5 right before that. Kind of the commentator's curse there. Another victim, DP.
Yeah, the 2 of Jason Domains, he's going to lead the 19 down pit road. These drivers, Tommy, there wasn't a limit on the amount of drivers that could run the same number. So sometimes there's 2 or 3 drivers running the same number tonight. This is all, once again, for a great cause. Toys for Tots. We'll put the link back up in the chat if we can. Really excited and happy to be able to call this race and see these drivers put it all on the line. Tommy, we have seen everything. We've seen single file racing. We've seen breakaways. We've seen the leader having to race through lap traffic. We've also seen pit road be a problem for some of these drivers. Some of these guys trying to put together a complete race. When we go back green, there's going to be less than 75 laps to go here in the ARCS Jingle Jam. It's almost go time for these drivers, especially if you're somebody who's sitting about in the top 20.
Definitely, it is getting close to go time. The 74, 14, 23 have been up there for pretty much the whole race. We got Punkari here. Took the challenge. Looks like he stayed out there, did not come down pit road. Apparently the damage is not as much as we originally anticipated. As I say that, he's coming down pit road now.
Some drivers deciding to come down pit road. Tommy, only 15 drivers still on the lead lap. Matthew Kent running in the 31st. I'm sorry, running in the number 31. He's going to be in the 15th position. This is a driver that he might be thinking it's go time. Some of these guys have been through a race, and there's still a lot of racing to go. Up towards the front, we look at Jeremy Briel, Donald Ray, Ryan Bill, Aaron Gerwitz. These drivers have been up front all night long. The number 18 of Levi McCarty, the number 46 of Terry Freer. He runs 6th right now. I saw him get into a little bit in the beginning of the race. He has had a race as well, doing a very good job in that number 46 car. A lot of stories. This race has shown it all tonight.
Most definitely. We've had a lot of action tonight, and something that is being requested by the fans is an in-car shot of that wreck with the 8 car. Hold on, let's see if I can get it here. Bear with me for a quick second. Where is Ryan? Not going to be able. Here we go. I wasn't able to get the in-car shot. I'll give it one more shot here. Here we go, finally. Sorry for the delay. Really nowhere for that 12 car to go as the 8 car comes back up onto the track. Good job for him to stay off of that 21 car, but significant damage to that 12 car. And, you know, he's going to have to probably burn a fast repair or have some significant work done during this race.
Definitely using that wheel and trying to stay out of it, and sometimes you just get caught up. Unfortunate for the 12 car. Looks like he may continue to be able to race, and so that is good news for him. Once again, these drivers, they absolutely want to win, but what's most important is that we can raise a little bit of money for a great cause. Toys for Tots. is the main reason for the ARCS Jingle Jam. We got a race day fund. It's in the description. We've been posting it in the chat all night long. We want to appreciate all the guys that have come out, all the guys that have helped. We're going to go green flag racing here. The 74 of Jeremy Briault. He's going to lead the 14 and the 23 of Jeremy. I'm sorry, the 23 of Ryan Beal. They're doing all that they can to try to stay up front. The number 9 of Aaron Gerwitz, he's in 4th and gets a run and is able to get underneath the 23. They're side by side for 3rd place, Tommy.
That 9 of Aaron Gerwitz looking real racy here on this restart, getting below that 23 car, having a strong car, and like you said, DP, the 46 car of Terry Freer making his presence known in battling for the 5th spot there. Watch out. He's been in a couple wrecks today, but has that car looking pretty good and dialed in, DP.
Dialed in is what you're going to have to be. They started this restart single file, Tommy. It didn't take very long for those cars to get runs and make it double file as we come down into turn 3. The 74 of Jeremy Briault has led a ton of this race, but he has had to work for it. The 14 of Donald Ray maybe having to work a little bit harder, sets in 2nd place and has had to battle his way back and forth in the top 5. The 23 of Ryan Beal gets spun, and so is that number 9. That's a huge crash coming out of 2, Tommy.
Unbelievable. That is half the field, and they're still piling in. The track is blocked. There's nowhere for these guys to go. Oh, man, unfortunate break. Looked like the 23 car kind of got tagged there, not sure by who, but really tough break. Tom Sears in it, one of our favorites. 23 car getting tagged by the 9 car, I believe. And then, nowhere for these guys to go. Track is almost completely blocked here. Guys are still piling in. Man, that's got to be at least a third of the field. 36 car was able to make it through. Jonathan Homebrink in it. Tough break for some of the faster cars in the field.
We talked about it, Tommy. We were concerned that it might happen. One of the things that happened with this type of racing, when you get the cars really close together, we see it a lot at restrictor plate racing, and we call it the big one. And that was one of the things that these drivers were going to have to avoid, was that big crash, and that, unfortunately, is what we have seen. We're going to have to see how this is going to play out. Obviously, a number of these drivers are going to have to come down pit road, and a lot of these drivers are going to be in a position where they're fixing damage. And so more and more drivers continue to fall out. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have all our thoughts together. We'll try to get the positions together. Right now, before we go, Jason Domains being scored as the leader, Ryan Pinnell being scored in the 2nd place position. We will see how that holds up when we come right after this break. coming back from that break. That was an unfortunate set of circumstances. I think we got a view from the number 45 of Patrick Allen. You see all the smoke there, Tommy, and he just did have nowhere to go, and he just spun right into him, and that's unfortunate because that's kind of what happens. You get all this smoke, you get all this dust, and your brain doesn't know where to take the car. Well, you're going like 200 miles an hour, Tommy. That was really unfortunate for the 45, but really unfortunate for a lot of other drivers as well.
Yeah, very unfortunate for the 45. But you know what? In Patrick Allen fashion, never lifted, just sent it there, and thought that the smoke would clear and he'd get through the other side. Not the case. And his day is unfortunately done. It looks like he is out of the race, if not many laps down. As of right now, we'll see where he winds up once we go green.
The number 2 of Jason Demains, he is going to be the leader for this restart. The number 12 of Ryan Pinnell, he's going to run in second place. The 31, Matthew Kent, he's all the way up to third. And Tommy, Brett Pancari, setting in the 4th place position. And what place does he need to finish to get in that money spot?
4th
place, and that is where he needs to be, trying to do all that he could do. Brett Pancari, if you got a driver to root for, that's the guy who was the pole sitter, went all the way to the back, and is trying to make his way all the way back to the front. He has done that. He just now has to defend. There's going to be about 70 laps when we go green here. Pace car is off, and the green flag is out. The 2 is going to be the control.
Remember, that 74 car, I'm sorry, that 35 car, Brett Pancari, was involved in a caution maybe 15 laps ago. So for him to be back in the top 5 that quickly just shows how good that car is. He's also not very far behind on tires. His last pit stop was on lap 174, as we got a wrecker in the back.
Wreck in the back with a run at the front. The 12 had a nice run going on the 2, but it looks like he runs to the outside. Driver underneath of that number 12 is Matthew Kent, driving in the number 31 with that really nice Pepsi scheme. If Pepsi doesn't scream Christmas, I don't know what does. Maybe Coke. Don't know. The 12 falling back into a 3-wide position, and then he's able to survive. But the 13 of Elliott Longenecker, he's back into 3rd on top of that 35.
Yeah, definitely. Pepsi, one of the best sponsors there are in NASCAR. Good to see that scheme. Can I change my favorite scheme? Because I love that scheme. Throwback to the old Pepsi Cola days. I mean, awesome. Blue, red, and white. I mean, maybe if you threw a little bit of green in there, that would be a little bit more Christmassy, but don't need to. That scheme is perfect. Don't change a thing.
The 35 getting stuck behind the 31 is not able to get up in front of the 14, and he's going to lose a ton of ground. Now the 14 with the run for 3rd. The 13 of Elliott Longenecker with the run for 1st. Jason DeBoynes in the 2 on the bottom. He's had an up and down day right now, having a very up day. The 31 trying to get to the back of the 2 to give him the push, is unable to. The 14 and the 74 giving that 13 a great push around the outside. The 13 of Elliott Longenecker in that Grinch car is your new leader. Very few laps remaining here at Atlanta. The 14 of Donald Ray, he's going to be in 2nd. Jeremy Briel running 3rd.
Yep, the Grinch car trying to steal the Christmas thunder from these other Christmas cars. Doing a great job here. He has him along with Jeremy Briel and Donald Ray all pitted on lap 180, along with the 9 of Aaron Gurewitz. The top 4 cars last pit on 180 to take fresh Goodyears. I don't know how many sets they got left, but I hope they have at least one, DP.
Hoping for one set, because if a caution would come out late or another 2 cautions, you're going to be really hoping that you had those tires. A great race that we've seen so far, a race of attrition, and now since that last wreck, that big one that we saw, we have literally seen it all. Down to 12 cars remaining on this lead lap. These guys desperate to hold on. So far, the 13 of Elliott Longenecker, he's had a super fast hot rod all night long, trying to run into lap traffic right now. He's able to get around, but that car's going to be really slow as you go back through the pack. Looks like they were able to do that well. The 14 of Jacket running, 14 of Donald Ray, also known as Jacket, running in the second place position. The 74 of Jeremy Briant, he runs in the fourth position, and that driver of the 09 car in his paint scheme having a hard time figuring out what number iRacing's given him. He's running in the fourth place position, Tommy.
Yeah, iRacing is giving him the 9 car. That's Aaron Gurewitz in that car. Black on black or a dark color on a black scheme is always tough to read out, but that is the 09 as these cars zigzag down the straightaway, trying to break each other's draft or maybe just getting loose off the corner. Hard to tell, but these guys are really wheeling these cars. It is go time. Top 3 cars, all on team sideswipe. You know they're working together. First car not involved in that is Aaron Gurewitz in the 9. He's looking low on Jeremy in the 74 DP.
Maybe some team driving going on tonight, especially at the end of this race. There's going to be about 58 to go when they cross the lineup. Big push from the 74 to the 14. The 14 will enjoy a huge run. The 09 of Aaron Gurewitz, he's on the bottom of the 74. They're battling it out for the third place position, but right now the 13 of Elliott Longenecker, he sets first. Too wide back there. Lap traffic. The 13 going to have to figure out how to do it. Those drivers go low. All these lead lap drivers forced to go high around those lapped cars. This is beautiful, Tommy. You can see how it's all starting to play out. This has been an incredible race to call.
That was rough. Those good kudos to those lap cars. I believe that was the 83 of Gary Evers and the 54 of Stephen Downting being able to get out of the way. Those cars are severely damaged. They almost look like my favorite, the modifieds out here. You don't want to run a modified at Atlanta. I can promise you that. But these guys up here running. We got another lap car looking like he's going to stay high and let these leaders by. Oh, and they're wrecking behind him.
Another accident. Looks like one car so far. We'll see if he comes back up onto the track. It is enough to throw the caution. There's 56 or so laps to go. And Tommy, this is kind of what we talked about. We're in a position where now there's a caution. Do you take those tires now? Or do you take them later, stay out? But then you're going to take that risk as well.
Big hit for that 15 car. That is Richard Hertz, so a guy we haven't spoken much about today, unfortunately. One of our good buddies who's raced a lot with us on the Xbox side. Shout out to Richard. Hopefully you got a fast repair and could get that car back in this race. Great having you, buddy, and hopefully we can see you up towards the front by the end of this race.
Tommy, this has been so much fun. ARCS Jingle Jam 2021 has been more than a success. We've raised a ton of money for charity. These drivers are racing their hearts out. Sometimes, you put guys in a big race, and that's where you get to see what they're really all about. And these guys are trying to prove what they're all about. Shout out to you for all you've done in preparation for this race, getting everything together with the Streamlabs and with the SDK Gaming and stuff that before, 2 weeks ago, you didn't even mess with. And so definitely a big shout out for you, all that you do. SKD, Stephen Doughton, he's done an incredible job. Ryan Pinnell, the brainchild of this whole thing, he's done a great job. I just had an incredible time, and I feel blessed to be able to do this with you guys every week.
Well, I appreciate that, DP, and we couldn't have done it. I couldn't have done this without the help of SKD, Ryan Pinnell, Rick James. We had Repeat in the chat earlier helping us out. Lurkin Tom Gaming, Tom Sears, who has not had the race he wanted, but he has been extremely helpful. You know, everybody even down to Quiet who helped us out a little bit here and there. So shout out to you guys. Shout out to you, DP, for giving up your day racing. I know you wanted to race Atlanta as bad as anybody, but I couldn't have done this without you. And truly, truly appreciate it. You're kicking butt out here, and we're not done yet. We got over 50 laps to go. To answer your question earlier, which I kind of totally dismissed by mistake, I don't know if I would use my last tire set here. I think we got a couple more cautions left in us, and I want those fresher tires at the end of this race. We saw how quickly that Grinch car could come flying through the pack there, followed by the 14 and the 74 of Jeremy Briot. And I want those tires at the end of this race. I want these tires with 20 to go, with 25 to go, something like that. Obviously, I don't want to be too far back into the pack, but you know, you got to kind of outweigh the pros and cons. Right now, it's showing that we have about 11 cars right now out on the track. A lot of guys are pitted and on the lead lap. But once we cycle through and get ready for the restart, I'll have a better understanding of who's on the lead lap and who's not. But right now, it looks like about 12 to 15. I want the fresher tires at the end of the race. I'm not concerned with being a little bit slower now, DP.
I want to check and see if we're going to be one to go. It looks like the lights are still on the pace car. Is that correct?
Lights are still on in the pace car. Looks like we'll be going one more lap here. 13 cars is going to bring us to green. I believe it'll be single file. We will see if they cross them up at the line. The anticipation is killing me.
Absolutely. And I'm sure that the anticipation is also killing our in-race reporter. Ryan, you have had a very interesting night. You find yourself sitting right now, scored in the top 4. How you feeling about this race? How you feeling about that hot rod?
Hey, man, this thing's fast. I'm really surprised, honestly. The first half of the race, honestly, I was just cruising, just saving my tires, saving my equipment. I unfortunately did get the wall pretty hard trying to miss one of the wrecks, so I have used my fast repair. So I got to be a little bit cautious. But man, how about it? Running up here, running in 4th. Got my buddy and teammate Jeremy in front of me. So I'm ready to turn these things loose for the last 50 laps and see what we can do.
If I may, Ryan, your wreck might have hurt your chances, but gave us a great onboard camera. So thank you for at least providing that, and good luck here as we go green.
Thanks, buddy.
Take it away, DP.
This has been incredible racing. I keep saying that, and I'm just having the best of times. We're going to restart with 52 laps to go. The pace car is off. The 13 of Elliot Longenecker is going to be your control car. The 14 of Donald Ray, followed by the 74 of Jeremy Briot, the 12 of Ryan Pinnell, not having the restart that he would like to have had. He falls back just a little bit. David Hauk in that 5th place position. He drives that number 21 car. Jason Demains, he's led some laps and gets around the 21 for the 5th place position and is able to clear him. Matthew Kent as well, able to clear the 21 of Davy Jones. And now Davy Jones has to mess with that 35. Running in 8th, needs 4 positions to make up. He's got 50 laps to do it. He is underneath the 31 for the 7th place position.
Just as to let everybody know at home, the 2 car and the 35 are the 2 cars with the freshest tires in this field. They both pitted on lap 195 along with some of the guys behind them, Matthew Kent and Corey Rutherford. But for right now, keep your eye on the 2 and the 35. The 35 has kind of been, you know, taking his time, relaxing, not pushing the car. Now is the time to see what that car has. This is the last set of tires for, maybe he's got one more set, but he's getting close to the end here. I'm really interested to see what that 35 car has.
Single file all the way back. They might be battling for 10th, but that's about it right now. These drivers doing what it takes. The 2 of Jason Des Moines underneath the 12 of Ryan Pinnell. They are battling for that 5th place position. Looks like the 33. He's really slow. That's the lap down car maybe of Jeep. Gary Evers. Looks like the 74 still trying to get right back up to the bumper of the 13 of Elliott Longenecker, making his way back up to the second place position, Tommy.
That was actually Cody Riggs in that 83 car. I believe they have the same scheme, just different numbers in iRacing. So talk about confusing, but here we are. We got a really good battle here. We got 4 or 5 guys on the same team up here. This 2 car is not taking any prisoners, though. He is on a mission. He's running some really fast laps. He's got the guys in front. He ran a 31.16 to the leader's 31.49 that last lap. So 2.5 tenths faster just that lap, DP.
Tommy, I've been thinking as we watch these drivers go single file, we've been running these races for quite a while. We've done this for a long time, and one of the things that you always got to deal with when you're an admin for a race is those drivers at the end that are disgruntled. Tommy, I'm so happy. They're going to be mad at this person and that person, but ain't nobody going to be mad at us. We did nothing wrong. The 2 car underneath that 3rd place driver of Jeremy Brial, they're going to battle for 3rd here. Tommy, this has been great racing that we're seeing. The 14 gets low just a little bit. He's going to have to let off, and that's going to be unfortunate for the 14 and the 74. Here comes the 12.
Yeah, 2 car able to kind of make it work on the bottom there. 14 car getting a little loose. DP, you say no one's mad at the commentators, but I jinxed. Oh, 13 car super loose, wrecks the 2 car into the 31. 31 coming back across the track. Oh man, huge wreck here. 35 car making it through. Oh man, tough break for some of our front runners here.
And this is a lot of big contenders that are going to be involved in this wreck. Maybe some of these guys that are up front, they're going to have fast repairs. Look at that driver all the way just sideways. That could have been calamity for that car. Fortunately, all those other cars were able to get around him. And not sure from your screen who that was. Yeah, it looks like that 31. He was involved greatly in that crash. The 12 trying to get around. Maybe the 12 car didn't receive too much damage. We'll have to look at that car and see what happened with him. Looking at live shots of the race. It looks like, Tommy, big winner, the 35 of Brett Pancari. Guys, we have seen it right here in the ARCS Jingle Jam. Brett Pancari qualified on the pole of this race. Ryan Pinnell, right before the race, asked him the question, do you wish to take the challenge and go to the back of the field? The 35 agreed and did, and now the 35 has made his way all the way back to the lead. Unfortunate for those big name drivers that have been up front all the way, Tommy, but they're going to have to go get some damage repair.
Yeah, he was able to kind of skate through there. Good job by that 2 car. The 2 car of the 2 car of Jason Maines. He kind of slid there. I'll show you a replay. Slid there, locked it down. After getting into contact with the 13 car, he was able to lock it down right in the middle of the track and avoided major contact. Unbelievable for all these guys to miss him, but also a great job by him to kind of just sit there and slide and not move and move into someone else's way and get T-boned. Everybody knew kind of where he was going. His car's still in one piece. He's still in this race. Gonna have to get probably 4 fresh good years, but kudos to him and everybody else for missing him. Unfortunately, some of the other guys not so lucky. Hopefully they have a fast repair and they can be there at the end of this race.
The 2 of Jason want to make sure that I get it right. Sometimes I've been pronouncing it Jason Des Moines or Jason Demains. It looks like it's Jason Demains. Sometimes, Tommy, those are the things that decide a race. The 2 car's going to come down, get some repairs, but that's what can make the race. That could be his big break here at Atlanta. Looks like I don't even know that he took anything. It looks like maybe he came down pit road and barely stopped and then came right back out. So not quite sure what happened with the 2 car.
Yeah, 2 car coming back down pit road. I think that's Jason Maines, at least according to his Discord profile. It's Jason Maines, so I think the D is just his middle name. Why it's being shown on iRacing, I can't tell you, but here we are. We have 41 laps to go. This is our 14th caution, which sounds like a lot, and it is, but we are 250. We're in a 250 lap race. So, these guys have wrecked a lot. We've had a lot of really good racing. We've had green flag pit stops, and now we have a sprint to the finish here, DP. Who's your pick going forward?
You got to really like that number 35 car. That 35 car who qualified on the pole, went all the way to the back and found his way up to the front. But, Tommy, the number 8 car, Bobby Anderson. He's running in the second place position. We've seen him lead laps. Jeremy Briall in the 74 running third. We've seen him lead laps. Elliot Longenecker has led some laps. And so the 5th place car of Aaron Gerwitz, I don't believe he has led any laps, but that driver has been up there all night long. This is really anybody's race. There's still a lot of laps remaining. 41 laps to go. All the drivers that did pit, they should be able to make it all the way. There may be a few cars up here at the front that pitted early on, and so they might not be able to make it all the way. We're just going to have to see how that works out. Looks like the pace lights are off on the pace car, and we're going to go green here at the line.
Just to give the viewers an idea of tire situation, the 35 and the 8 both came down on lap 195 and 196 respectively, assuming they both took 4 tires. The next car with the freshest tires is Jeremy Briald. Everyone from him on back came down pit road on this last caution, so they all have fresher tires than the first 2 cars ahead of them.
Rick James back in the booth. Rick, their green flag single file. That shouldn't last very long.
40 to go. Next time by. Brett Pancari leading Jeremy Brio in that second position. Shame about Jason Maines, but he's back out on the racetrack in 12th. The Elliott Sadler Esports Camry now on a mission to get back what he believes was his. Pancari leading in that number 35 Peugeot. It looks like a Peugeot 4-door. No idea what that is, but I love the creativity in the Princess Daisy Christmas Peugeot. Then you've got Jeremy Brio in the number 74 Dodge Charger coming up in second. Aaron Gerwitz in that number 09 all blacked out Mustang in third. And then you've got Elliot Longenecker following in fourth. 39 and a half laps to go. Jeremy Brio to the outside. They run a train on the top line on Brett Pancari, and Princess Daisy, whitewashed with snow, to the back of that lead pack. Out of that fourth corner, Jeremy Brio leads.
The 74 doing all that he can. The 13 of Elliot Longenecker, he is doing all he can. The 9 of Aaron Gerwitz up to the 3rd place position. The 14 of Donald Ray, he hasn't gone away. He has been up here in the top 5 all night long. The 35 of... the 35 of Brett Pancari, just outside of that money spot, Tommy. He's going to be in 5th place position. Now the leader going to enjoy the fact that second and third, they're running side by side.
Yeah, Brett Pancari hanging on to this draft in 5th position. You know, he's got the oldest tires in the field by about 11 laps over the guys ahead of him. I think he's just pacing himself. I believe he saved a set, seeing how his strategy worked out at the beginning of this race. I feel like he's got a set in the bank waiting on it. So right now, just trying to buy this time, just trying to stay out of the wrecks. This is a good spot for him. Expect him to have a run at the end of this race if we get a caution, DP.
The 74 continues to lead the 13. Donald Ray in 3rd. Aaron Gerwitz in 4th. The 35 running in 5th. Back there is the 31. He's in 6th. But these guys up front, Rick, they got the draft. We've seen the draft make such a huge difference. Some of these drivers, as their tires start to wear, though, how much can you push this car before you've pushed it too much?
all of the top 4 last pitting on lap 206, which means if it goes all the way to the end on this set, they'll have 44 or more laps of wear on their tires. 74, 13, 9, Ford, Chevy, Ford coming out of this fourth corner. Aaron Gerwitz following close behind in that number 9 Mustang. Then you've got Donald Ray in fourth right behind him. There goes Gerwitz to the inside of Longenecker. Ford Chevrolet, your top 3. 215 laps now complete. Brett Pancari in fifth, catching back up to that lead pack in his Peugeot 508, looking to win his first race in ARCS. It would be a first win for a French manufacturer in ARCS ever. Brio leads, 34 to go next time by.
They're going to have to consider managing the way these tires are going to wear. Some of these drivers that are that many laps ahead of them on tires might be able to come back, Tommy, but really it's been all about the draft tonight. These guys up front have stayed up front because they've kept those cars clean. We've seen these drivers race single file for most of the night up here up front. It is yielding them great victories. Just a few more laps to go in this race. The 74 continues to lead, but there is about 4 or 5 drivers that have a really good chance at taking that spot from him.
Most definitely, we got 3, 4, 5 guys who've been very strong this entire race. Don't count out that 9 car. And also, great to see the 31 car of Matthew Kent. I guess he had a fast repair there. Was able to go down, get that car, got a fresh new car after that last wreck. 21 car of David Houck hanging in there. And don't count out the 2 car. Jason Maines hanging out there in 8th place. His car looks pretty good after that wreck. Doesn't look like he sustained a significant amount of damage. Behind him, the 36 car, Hank Caston, having a solid race, been in the top 10 pretty much the whole race. Hasn't been the strongest car, but definitely flexes his muscle at times. And then rounding out the top 10, we got the 12 car, the a Christmas Story car. As we spoke to him earlier, Ryan Pinnell, I think he'd be thrilled to come out of here with a top 10 DP.
These top 5 or 6 running in a single file line. David Houck running in 7th. He is outside of that draft, followed by Matthew Kent. David Houck running in 6th, Matthew Kent running in 7th. It looks like the 31 is off the pace a lot. He's seeing a whole bunch of drivers in his rearview mirror. Jason Domains in the 8th place position. He's got 3 cars behind him. They're going to start to really catch up with him. Ryan Pinnell is pushing those 3 drivers, trying to catch up to that 8th place driver.
Jason Maines in that 8th position, rocking the number 2 Elliott Sadler Esports Camry with Hank Caston in tow. The hometown favorite Ryan Pinnell following in close by 10th. Brio leads with fewer than 30 laps remaining, and it's Longenecker in 2nd, Donald Ray in 3rd. Gerwitz and Pancari rounding out that top 5 with Matt Kent now being caught up by Jason Maines. He will join this 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th gaggle of 4 cars as they try to catch up to these leaders 2 by 2 now, Tommy, but they've got to keep that single file formation. Over the last 5 laps, Jason Maines has been the quickest driver, and inside the final 30, he's going to burn every last piece of Goodyear down to the cords to chase down the win.
Jason Maines is a very fast driver, but I don't know if he has enough time to catch this lead pack. He's going to need a caution, along with the 35 car. The 35 car of Brett Pancari, like I said before, kind of just managing his stuff at this point, but he's going to need a caution as well, I believe. I don't think he has the car to really compete with these top 4 cars. As we look at it now, we got Jeremy Briel in 74 in first, followed by the Grinch, the 13 car. The Grinch car, the 13 car of Elliott Longenecker. Donald Ray in the 14 car in 3rd, just being passed right now by Aaron Gerwitz in the 9 DP.
These guys are putting on a show, and this is what it takes. The 74 continues to lead. The 13 of Elliott Longenecker running in second and seems to be content with that position. The 09, Aaron Gerwitz, he's now in third place. The 14 of Donald Ray, he kind of fell just a little bit, but it might be all in the name of staying single file. You see all four of the top four, they're going to stay single file on the outside, get around this lap down driver. Brett Punkary running in fifth, gains a little bit of ground on the 14, and really that 35 is just trying to stay in the draft, Rick. He's trying to make sure that if something could happen, he could get back into the money spot.
9 laps the difference between Punkary and the 35 and the other top 4 drivers ahead of him, so management is key for him. However, Aaron Gerwitz in the 9 throws management to the wind, and he goes to the inside of Elliott Longenecker, chasing for that second position. Jeremy Brio leading in the die-hard Charger. Further on back, Hank Caston, Ryan Pennell separated by a couple of tenths, while Jason Maines continues to bring that train further and further closer to this top 6. David Houck with no draft help is a sitting duck, and Punkary still on the tail end of this top 5, preserving all of his stuff, Tommy. 10 cars sitting all within 8 seconds of each other. We're in the final 25 laps of the Jingle Jam.
10 cars within 8 seconds, but 5 cars under a blanket here. Any of these 5 cars can win. Just want to stop and give a shout out to everybody in the chat. We've raised close to $300 just tonight in this broadcast through donations from you guys. So shout out to you. Thank you. You're going to make some kids very happy this holiday season. As we get back to the broadcast, we got the 74. The 74 and 13 are stretching it out a little bit as the 35 is making his presence known. Remember, he's got 11 lap older tires, but he's one of the fastest guys on the track for sure. 14 car losing a little bit of steam. 35 car trying to make it by him, DP.
We are seeing great racing. The closing laps are underway. The 74 of Jeremy Briault, the 13 of Elliott Longenecker. Now it's a 2-car battle. These two drivers running back to back, trying to get away from these drivers. The 35 of Brett Punkary, he is going to make his way around the 09 of Aaron Gerwitz. He's in the 4th place position now. The 14 of Donald Ray, he runs 3rd, but he's outside of Brett Punkary, and the 35 is going to go underneath. It looks like they're going to battle right here for 3rd, Rick James.
United States, Canada, your top 3. The lone Canadian in this field taking the Mary Kay Men's Challenge, going to the back, trying to make his way to the front. It would be the first time a Canadian won on their ARCS debut. It would be the first time a Canadian won, and it would be the first time a Canadian won in a French manufacturer, as well as the first win for a French manufacturer in ARCS. 21 laps to go, and the Peugeot 508 sits in 3rd behind the Chevrolet Camaro of Elliott Longenecker and the Dodge Charger of Jeremy Brio. Meanwhile, fans of Jason Maines sitting in the 7th position. He finds himself 2 seconds behind David Houck in the 6th position, running by his lonesome. And then from Houck, it's another 4 seconds to Aaron Gerwitz in 5th. That puts Jason Maines a whole 5.5 seconds-ish away from this top 5 with 20 laps to go, DP. Donald Ray, the Texan, sitting in 4th, starting to fall off that pace. Punkary has a smell of Elliott Longenecker's fumes, and he's now about to challenge for that silver medal spot. Lap traffic is ahead.
19 laps remaining when the leader crosses the line. Rick, Tommy, this has been incredible. Almost $300 raised for Toys for Tots just tonight from when this broadcast started. This gives us one more opportunity to put that link in the chat. We're going to put it in the chat. Look down in your description. If you want to donate to that race day fund, make sure that if you're able or willing that you click on that link. It's going to get you taken care of. You're going to be able to donate to Toys for Tots. We appreciate it so much. We've seen all that these next-gen cars can bring to us. This has been the most exciting thing that I think I've ever done, and to know that we have donated that much money to this cause is absolutely unbelievable, Rick.
Special shout out to Terry Radford, Michael Kinsley, Mike's Paint and Design, and Daniel Maddox amongst our top donators tonight. Mike York, Jesse Wise, Sam Roberts, all donating within this show. We still have another 24 hours of donation. Fans, Toys for Tots, you know about them. You know about helping the local children in your community. We've enjoyed some great racing, but it's all for this cause. There's the link in your Twitch. Donate to that PayPal pool. Let's help some children in need, and let's settle in for the final 16 and a half laps of racing. Tommy, the United States leads with Jeremy Brio and Elliot Longenecker, but the Great White North, Brett Punkari, challenging in third. Here he goes to the inside of Elliot Longenecker.
Yeah, the only thing that competes with how impressive, and I wouldn't even say competes, but the only thing that's the second most competitive thing I've seen here tonight is this 35 car of Brett Punkari. I cannot believe he's hanging in here with 11 lap older tires than these guys. The 13 and the 74 have been amongst the quickest drivers tonight, and for him to be even competitive here is unbelievable. We got the 74 car blinking a little bit. He was able to come back, but the second and third place drivers are starting to lose a little bit of ground. They got to make quick work of this 13 car if they want to catch that 74, DP.
The 74 off to a big lead, but if these three drivers can get together and push, this is kind of the way that it works with these next gen rides. If you can get together and you can make it work out, you're going to get huge runs over that leader who's all out by his lonesome. The problem is that it's Atlanta. These tires have already been worn out, and these drivers are driving these cars on the track as much as they're trying to race one another. So to get those lines synced up to where you're going to really gain that speed is really hard. And you can see as the 09 starts to fade away from the number 35, now the only place for the 35 to go is underneath. The driver in front of him decides to take the outside line, and you're not gaining a whole bunch of speed when you're running that way, Rick.
Jeremy Brio now has a 0.4 of a second lead over Elliot Longenecker. 14 will become lucky number 13 laps to go this time by. 19 and a half miles to the end of this 325-mile marathon for the Toys for Tots charity. Click the link in your Twitch chat. Donate to one of the most worthwhile foundations there are, and look at Brett Punkari to the inside of Elliot Longenecker. 13 becomes a dozen next time by, Tommy. 18 miles to go at the line. Punkari still sitting in third while Brio pulls away. Hank Kasten now trying to fight with Jason Maines for the spot headed into 3. Maines on the outside, and this could be a big fight between them. A yellow flag ruins everybody's plans, Tommy. 12 laps to go.
A yellow flag would definitely mix it up. These guys in the back here are hoping for that. They're hoping to have a yellow flag but not be the yellow flag as the 36 car continues to try to pass the 2. This is for 7th and 8th place respectively. Ahead of them is David Houck in the 21. He is barely ahead of them, about a quarter of a second, half a second. The guys behind him can definitely sniff his draft, but the real fight is for the second position as the 35 of Brett Punkari drives it down again. Cannot get the run off the corner to get by that 13 car, DP.
The 35 doing all he can to get around the the second place car of Elliot Longenecker in that 13, doing everything he can to stay ahead. These three drivers are racing their butts off to try to catch the number 74 of Jeremy Brial. Aaron Gerwitz running in the 4th place position in that 9 car, in that 09 car. He is working his butt off as well. You can see these drivers driving these cars, the 35 with another ginormous run, but there's going to be a lap car down here on the bottom lane. The 35 is going to need to clear him or go way high. The 35 is going to be able to take that position. It sounds like there's a blown engine on the track, Tommy. Not quite sure where that's coming from.
Not sure where that's coming from, but we are staying green as of right now. The blown engine should be able to get off the track. We have some serious lap traffic here. Kudos to those guys for kind of getting out of the way here and letting these guys race it out. Big question as we come down to 8 to go, Rick. Does the 35 of Brett Pancari have enough time to catch that 74 and then pass that 74 who's been stout all night?
Yes. 3/10 to go. 8 laps remaining, and it's 12 miles left in this race. 3/10 and shrinking. Pancari is going to be on the offensive. 7 to go next time by, and look at him run the high side. He's going to maximize speed out of 2 with slow lap cars coming out of turn number 2. 1 re-entering the racing surface headed into 3, but luckily stays on the apron. Kudos. Brio guarding the high side now. That's Pancari's bread and butter, and the Canadian looking to take Peugeot to victory lane for the first time in ARCS history, DP. 7 laps remain.
Look at that gap close. If you didn't think at the beginning of this race that you were not going to see a race at the end of it, you were definitely mistaken. That 35 car started on the pole, went all the way to the back of the field, and has raced his way all the way back up to the front. He needs to finish 4th to get that $25 bonus. But if he finishes first, he gets the big money bonus, the 74 of Jeremy Briault. He's still in first, but that 35 looks hooked up.
Keep your eye on the 14, guys. Donald Ray slow out of turn number 4, kind of the plug in this flow of cars that's trying to get around him. 5 laps to go next time by. Hank Kasten in the 36 right now trapped behind that 14. Donald Ray pitting on lap 206, really just trying to nurse that car to the end. DP Brio leading Pancari with 5 laps to go.
25 still in second. That number 13 of Elliott Longenecker, he's running in 3rd, just trying to sniff that draft and stay up in it. The number 09 of Aaron Gerwitz, he's in 4th, out of the draft. He's going to need something to happen in these last few laps to get himself back up to the front. Right now, the 74 is still up front. Tommy, is the 35 doing all he can, or is he simply just waiting?
35 car is pushing it. He's got to run here. He's not going to be able to get to the back corner. But, you know, we saw how hard it was for him to get by that 13 car. When that 13 car went to the high side, the 35 had to go to the low side, and he wasn't able to get the drive off the corner. Does that happen here when he gets to the 74 car? He's pretty much there. He hasn't been able to make the move. He's got older tires. Can he make it work? I don't know. All I know is we're in for a good finish here, DP.
The 35 gets to the bottom a lot quicker than the 74. The 35 and the 74, the same gap remains. Rick, it looks like it's going to be 3 to go here. These drivers doing what they can. The 35 has a really strong shot at winning this race. The 74 continues to lead.
3 miles to go next time by, DP. That 35 car is going to have to set up the 74. The bread and butter for the 35 is the outside line, but now he's looking to the inside. Will the 74 of Brio be able to hold him off at a turn number 4? Tommy, it's 2 laps to go. Pancari's going to wait for the perfect crossover out of 2.
Pancari looked like he was trying to make that move. The 74 car blocked him. You know, Jeremy's doing an awesome job of taking the line away from the 35. He's not allowing the 35 to get that run off the corner. He's blocking him in the straightaway. We got half a lap to go, DP.
74 still out front. The 35 with a big run off of 2. He's going to elect to go a little bit higher than the 74. 74 runs the middle. We'll see what that yields. 1 lap to go. The 35 has done all he needs to do. Now he's trying to do some more. The 74 can see the win in his grasp. The 35 a little bit higher, Rick. The 74 elects the bottom. This is going to give a huge run to the 35 on the backstretch.
Half a lap remains. 325 miles comes down to this. Dodge versus Peugeot in the final 2 corners at Atlanta. Brio defends the inside. Here comes the Canadian Pancari to the outside. Drag race to the line. Shades of 2006. Left the line, they're crashing, but it's Jeremy Brio who beats Brett Pancari, sliding across the line, pirouetting down pit road, and the United States and Jeremy Brio beats Canada and Brett Pancari to the line to win the ARCS Jingle Jam.
Holy cow, Tommy, did you ever think that you would see that? The 74, while getting wrecked by the 35, is just able to slide across the start-finish line. The 74 is going to win this race. What an incredible end. Watch it again.
74 car blocking the 35. Looked like the 35 just had a nose there. Good hard racing. That was an awesome finish. Great job by the 74. We got guys behind them wrecking, coming across the line. I mean, guys put it all on the line there. We have the 35 car will not go. Brett Pancari did an unbelievable job representing Canada in this race, and he will go home with the Mary Kay for Men's Pole Sitter Challenge Award. Made it back to the top 5. What a run by him, and what a run by Jeremy Brio, our winner here.
Tommy, you have to give it up to Brett Pancari. Go back to the replay coming out of turn number 4. Pancari was to the inside of Brio. Pancari makes contact with Brio and turns him across the line. Look at the back end of Brett Pancari and watch the smoke come out of the tires. He knew what was about to happen. He slammed on the brakes and let Brio win this race. He did not want to wreck the winner to the line. Gentleman-like move. My hat is off to Canadian Brent Pancari.
Unbelievable finish there. What a race. I mean, I really, really enjoyed this thoroughly. I enjoyed calling this for you, but we're not done yet. We have the top 3 drivers in the booth when we come back from this short break.
Back from still catching our breaths from an unbelievable finish, and as far as I'm concerned, one of the best finishes I've seen in sim racing. Hats off to Brett Pancari, Jeremy Brio, and Elliot Longenecker for giving us a fantastic show. Aaron Gerwitz as well in 4th, and Jason Maines coming home in 5th after nearly letting it all, having it all taken away from him. Talking to our 3rd place finisher now in that number 13 Grinch Chevrolet, Elliot Longenecker, after 325 miles and several hundreds of dollars raised for Toys for Tots. How was your Jingle Jam?
Oh man, it was a blast. First off, I want to say this was a great cause, great race. Thank you for ARCS for putting it on. Um, it was so much fun. Exhausting, but so much fun.
Wonderful, wonderful race. A shout out to all our donators tonight: Sam Roberts, Jesse Wise, Mike York, Mike's Paint and Design, Terry Radford, Mike Kinsley, Dan Maddox, and more. That's just a few of the folks that have donated tonight. We still have another 24 hours of donation. You can find the link all up and down the Twitch chat. DP, you have the most exciting driver of this race. Car 35, Brett Punkari.
Brett Punkari, on behalf of myself and Thomas Andrews and Rick James, I want to thank you so much for taking the MK Men Challenge. We followed you throughout this race as you went all the way to the back and raced your way all the way to the front. You came within inches of winning this race. Usually, when I interview people, I ask drivers to take us through your race. I mean it in the most honest and sincere thing when I say, take us through your race. How was your Jingle Jam?
It was. I'm trying to describe this. It was an interesting one. Like there was a bunch of wrecks, so it was like I figured it was gonna be. But then we had that long run, and we were about to pit. Like me, Jason Maines, and a few other guys were kind of in the same sequence, and we got lucky on that one. And the one thing that was bumming out when I was, I got involved in that wreck off of turn 4 earlier in the race, and I used the fast repair. I hate to do those things like with these fast repair races. I try to run it like it's a no reset races, but I don't think the damage would have been too bad, so I decided to risk it. And then when we had that last restart, I thought I was not going to be have a chance because they had the guys that got by me. The top 4 had I thought had newer tires, but I was somehow able to save it because I was running the bottom, and those guys were fighting hard at the front on the top side, and I slowly started picking them off one by one. And um, when we got to the end of the race, I was trying the outside of 1 and 2, trying to see if I could get a run on Jeremy, and it wasn't really working out. I had a run on the back straight, and I tried the outside in 3 and 4 on the last lap, and I got inside, but we made contact, and I when I made the contact, I just stomped on the brakes. I did not want to win that way at all, and I don't know if it was a racing deal was my fault. I really don't know, and I'm sorry for the contact anyway. But I did not want to win it that way, and that's why I stomped on the brakes to make sure he got across the lines. And thank God Jeremy did. So it was a kind of a quiet race for me early on, but then it got really eventful in the front after that. And to bring this being the only Peugeot car in all the field and probably all of iRacing in general with these next gen cars, it's been an incredible run, and I'm winded now, that's for sure.
You're winded just like all of us. You was within seconds or within inches of that win. You come just up short. Anything that maybe you would have done differently to get around the 74?
Maybe use the bottom to 1 and 2 more often than the top because I made the top work earlier and I got by the 13. I thought maybe I could use that again, but maybe I could have ran the bottom 1 and 2 more because I was saving those tires up. I think I was just pushing a bit hard at the end, but congrats again to Jeremy, and I gotta just briefly thank Corey Rutherford, who was in the race as well at CJR uh, Graphics. He's the one who was kind of carry on this Princess Daisy tradition that I have with my cars. Um, it's it's a I wish I could explain it more, but I'm winded now as I run these Princess Daisy cars, and what better way with this, being the Ford Mustang to run these different manufacturers, being able to run them because I mean Jeremy's in a Dodge, I'm in a Peugeot, so it's kind of fitting that way. And just thanks to everyone, all you guys at ARCS for putting this whole thing on, and there was a Reddit user that we had use the side on the Daisy card, but I can't. It's like Gertfree Ham Sandwich, I think it is, that gave Corey permission to use the Daisy on the side of the car. So again, thanks to him, thanks to all you guys, and congrats again to Jeremy on the win.
the 35, Brett Punkari. Sorry about that, buddy. He's going to come up in second place, but he was able to finish second there, Rick James. He is going to be the winner of the MK Men's Challenge, went all the way to the back as the pole sitter made his way back to second. But Rick, you have our winner of the Jingle Jam, that 74 car, Jeremy Briel.
Jeremy Brio, in what I think is one of, if not the only win for Dodge in ARCS on the same day that Peugeot scores its first podium in ARCS, getting turned around by Punkari, coming out of turn number 4. Coming out of the line, the call was shades of 2006, which was Carl Edwards versus Jimmy Johnson to the line. I did not think the race was going to end up like that. Punkari slamming his brakes at the very end to ensure that he wouldn't end the race in a crash. And, well, I mean, the race ended in a crash, but everything worked out, Jeremy. 325 miles ago, did you think this would be the result?
No, I thought I was going to be wrecked by at least lap 25 for good, but I guess I wasn't. I want to thank Brett because he did not need to do that. He did not need to slam on the brakes. I came down. I should have been second or third or last, whatever it was. But hell of a drive by him. He put on a hell of a show from back there, and he's a hell of a driver. So congrats to him, and congrats to a new sideswipe driver, Elliott, for third. But man, this race was something. I've never seen a race play out like this before, where everybody was off different pit cycles and just all around. Just the racing was great. Like I don't know how to describe it. It was just crazy, man. Like so awesome that we could do this for a good cause, and that ARCS put it on and everybody involved. Like this is really cool.
39 drivers registering for tonight's event. 37 of those drivers posting a finishing time in tonight's race. And at the end of it all, after 250 laps, Jeremy Brio, you have won the ARCS Jingle Jam. Congratulations.
Thank you, Rick. I appreciate it. And again, shout out to everybody who put this on. You guys are amazing for what you've done. You've been promoting this since June, so congratulations, guys. I hope more people can donate. Like you said, Rick, got 24 hours left on the donation link, so keep donating. We can put on more great races like this for a good cause. And thanks again, everybody.
You heard him talk about Toys for Tots delivering hope to less fortunate children. The Marines partnering with Toys for Tots, helping underprivileged children all across America. Folks, there's only 7 days to Christmas. Suicideways asks how much money was raised tonight alone. Up to this point, we still have 24 hours to go. $285 was raised just tonight alone. Keep those donations coming in and help the children in your area. The Alliance Racing Championship Series has had a wonderful time putting on this Jingle Jam. It has been a privilege and an honor to work with Terry Gabbard on my left and, of course, Thomas Andrews on my right. Tommy, what a show, man.
Unbelievable show, unbelievable finish. I did not.
Rick, we've seen all that that this race could possibly want. When we started this thing way back in June, we could only imagine what the race could turn into, and what it did turn into was incredible. Like you said, $285 since this broadcast started way back, and I think 7:30 tonight we started this thing, and $285 since then. I believe Ryan Pinnell, you could tell me we raised about $300 just on the entry fees alone, and so what an incredible turnout by these drivers. Ryan, we talked to you at the beginning of this race. We talked to you in the middle of the race, and now at the end of the race. How do you feel, buddy?
I'm tired. I need a shower. I need a beer, and I want to go celebrate with my teammates. It's really cool to see Jeremy win and Brett run up front. I know I ran with him back there in the back at the very beginning. We both kind of had the same strategy. I ended up finishing 10th, which isn't too bad for me being as slow as I am. So But shout out to Elliott coming home in third. But yeah, man, it was a good race. But at the end of the day, it was more than a race. It's about helping the kids that struggle during Christmas, and that's so awesome to hear that almost $300 was raised during the stream. We actually raised $600 with entry fees. Obviously, I'm not sure what Jeremy's plans are with his winnings, but half of that will go to Toys for Tots, and half will go to Jeremy. Whether he wants to keep those winnings or donate back to Toys for Tots. But it's amazing, just the fact that we, as a community, as a group, raised almost $1,000 for kids that are struggling during Christmas. Overall, the race I think went really well. We definitely had some cautions here and there, but everybody was pretty patient. And man, it's one hell of a race. I mean, we've been, me, you, and Tommy and several others have been planning this damn thing for 7 months now. And whew, like I said, I need a shower, I need a beer, I'm ready to go party.
It's been incredible. Thomas Andrews, you were here from the beginning of this broadcast. We've seen it all. Final thoughts on tonight's race?
Unbelievable finish, unbelievable race. I didn't think that would happen. Shout out to Brett. I mean, I couldn't believe that actually happened. But I saw him coming there, and I was actually rooting for that Pidgeot. I don't know if I said that right. I probably butchered it, but was rooting for that car because I wanted to see the first win in ARCS. But I guess we did get a first win in Dodge. I didn't think about that. So, but yeah, shout out to everybody who donated. We had a lot of guys in the chat active all night, and we really appreciate you coming out and supporting this. We've really poured our heart and soul into this over especially the last 2 weeks. And to see, I think we had up to upwards of 40 people in the active viewers at one time. So really cool to see that. And I'm just happy. I'm glad. I'm relieved it's over, but excited for the next race. That was such a good race. I did not think, even in my wildest dreams, I didn't think we'd get a finish like that. So to see Brett come back, even though he had older tires, and make that a race was just awesome.
Rick James, final thoughts?
What a pleasure and what a privilege it is that we as racers, friends, and ultimately a family can come together and help the less fortunate. What a time of year that we all come together to think about those that don't have enough, and especially this time of year after being affected by such a tumultuous 2021 just on the back of an unprecedented 2020. When the chips are down and all you really have are your friends and your family, what a privilege it is to look at the family around you and say, I'm a part of the Alliance Racing Championship Series. What an honor it is to say that we, as friends, as a family, and as an organization, have the privilege to be able to pool our money together and give to the less fortunate while having the privilege to do our favorite activity, go racing. As I always say, everything we do is for the love of racing, but more importantly, for the love of each other. This holiday season with ARCS has shown us not only we can enjoy racing for ourselves and for each other, but we can also come together for the love of racing and for the aid of the less fortunate to really celebrate what we have and to give to those without. We would be nothing without our fans. We would be nothing without the people that continue to make this silly little game we play go round and round. And going into 2022, I hope everybody's wish comes true, and I hope that together we have a brighter and more harmonious year.
Incredible words, Rick James. I got some final thoughts. I want to shout out to obviously Ryan Pinnell, COT Tommy, the guys that help me run this thing, Ryan and Tommy. You guys do such an amazing work with the Alliance Racing Championship Series. I want to shout out to Rick James, who helped us here in the booth tonight. It would not have been the same without you, buddy. I want to shout out SKD Stephen Doughton. A lot of the graphics, a lot of the things that brought you the information that you have tonight was provided by him, and Tristan Catania. A big shout out to all those drivers who paid paid their hard-earned money to come into the field and race tonight. Shout out to all of you guys that donated to this race. Shout out to Justin Williams, Warp Lotus. He was our our pit road reporter tonight. He did such an incredible job. Just a ton of people in the background that made this worth it. This has been the Jingle Jam. I had a blast, you guys. But for now, my button box is dead. I'm dead. I am Terry Gabbard. They are Thomas Andrews and Rick James. This has been the ARCS Jingle Jam live from Atlanta. Jeremy Brialt, the number 74 car. He is your winner. I hope you